got hands on with that thing? I guess just in general, where is your excitement level? Where is your sort of personal relationship with the price at? All that stuff.
I was in the 400 to 450 range, so I was prepared for that. 500 with a game inside. Again, I was prepared for 450 console. 500 with a game inside. I was probably going to pay for that if there wasn't a game involved. So yes, that part did not shock me. I understand the apprehension. I do. I understand that it is a lot of money to ask for a game console, especially in a time of, let's nicely call it, uncertainty as far as what things are happening outside of our control. But I think the more interesting conversation for me is the software and the fact that we're talking $70, $80. There was a 90 thing floating around, but I feel like that was just a EU price that was converted to American dollars. I have not seen any USD $90 physical games. Have you?
No, I haven't. And people are like, Mario Kart's going to be $90 on the website. They say the retail price that they're suggesting is $80. I guess it could be more.
Right.
It's usually not how it works. But honestly, €90 is way more. Like a euro is still worth more than $1. So that's quite a bit of money. So I get why people are confused and trying to figure this out. And I think you're right. Like, the hardware price is one thing. I think we were kind of all anticipating something definitely more than what the Switch 1 costs. But I think everyone's like, well, maybe we'll get 400. And we'll talk in more details about all this because there's plenty to say and plenty of reasons why people think this is happening. But it is that game price that people are really hurting at right now. And I don't know, like, because we just did this dance with $70 and I'm sure it had a couple percentage points depression on game sales for a little bit, but it's mostly been like digested and gone through the system, and everyone's like, that's just normal now. And I think that's probably just going to happen again here. But people are at the end of the rope with price increases. Absolutely. Around the world, everyone's just feeling it. I mean, you go through a list of things that have gone up in price in your life. And it's like, okay, well, boy, my house is worth more, so now my property taxes went up a ton, so my mortgage is more every month. And all right, well, I need a home, so I'm going to keep paying that one. Kind of don't have a choice there. That's a big bummer. That's a lot of money. It's like all the money I just got from my cost of living increase. Hooray! Oh no, that's all just gone immediately. So let's look around where I can cut, and it's like, well, now we're not talking about cutting. We're talking about games being more expensive. So it's like, okay, geez, and it's Nintendo. They don't lower the price of their games. So it's just so easy to look at a future where it's like, they're pricing me out of the hobby that I've, built my life around. I think people are getting a little bit sick of hearing the explanation of, well, the United States is getting tariffs. And it's like, well, that's not us. That has nothing to do with us. Although all the markets are connected. Everything feeds into one another. And unfortunately, what happens in the United States kind of does set a tone, because they want to be like, that's the baseline price that we're kind of like trying to aim for, and then everything else is calculated off of that. That's how a lot of these companies operate, even Nintendo. And so it's I'm sorry that we're like this. I'm sorry that we're doing this. That's where we're at.
I don't think it's helping either that we have now seen some games that are 70, some games that are 80. Are they going to keep doing this back and forth? Is it going to depend on the game? Are we really going to pay a $10 premium for first party? Is that a possible thing that could happen? There's too many unanswered questions, and which is weird to say coming out of a 60-minute announcement video that this Switch 2 Direct was. The fact that the price wasn't in there at all makes sense, because they film it 2 months prior and they don't know what the price was going to be, perhaps because of all of the uncertainty. But now I think you need to have some sort of, not follow up, but there needs to be more information out there. And there were even some things that they were cagey about, reading previews and things at the event yesterday. They would not answer the question about battery life. That to me is very silly. This caginess for something as trivial as battery life, or as important as what are we going to be paying you for the foreseeable future, you can't have it.
Yep.
They need answers, and Nintendo, historically weird, just can't They can't afford that now, to use a pun. They have to come out and be as clear as possible with their plan so people can plan accordingly, especially when you're going to drop a console 2 months after you announce all of these details. Something just doesn't, it's not clicking for me.
Well, let's just get into it. Right. So let's explain what we do here most weekdays. I, Jeff Grubb, will help piece your gaming life back together. That includes breaking news and maybe even some of our own original reporting. For all these topics, I'll get the input of a bona fide expert who will make me look smart. If you are watching live on Twitch, welcome. You can always listen to the show later on podcast feeds by searching for Game Breaking News or find the RSS feed on giantbomb.com. You can also catch the show later on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. All right, we have a lot to get into, so let's start the show with Nintendo Switch 2's $450 price tag was likely influenced by Trump tariffs, experts say. This is from Chris Scullion at VGC. The price of Nintendo Switch 2 could have been affected by U.S. President Donald Trump's trade tariffs, expert analysis claims. The Switch 2's price of $450 in the U.S. is considered at the higher end of what was realistically expected. And analysts suggest Nintendo's decision may have been in anticipation of an impact by any tariffs imposed by Trump. Trump has been imposing tariffs on numerous countries in recent weeks, including a sizable tariff on China, where tech products are often manufactured. On Wednesday, he also introduced a blanket 10% tariff on all imports with countries like China and Japan, and what Trump calls the worst offenders getting larger tariffs of 54% and 24% between China and Japan. Now, we'll kind of mention it here, but I'm going to read the rest of this as well. China is one of the places where Nintendo was manufacturing Switch hardware for a long time in anticipation of trade issues with the United States, along with, just a desire to diversify where they're producing stuff in the first place, because you never know what's going to happen with geopolitical issues and your relationship with China. They did begin manufacturing a lot of hardware components in Vietnam and Cambodia. Well, let's keep reading the story to see how the tariffs are doing on those two countries. It's not great. A report by the Financial Times suggests that the Switch 2 price is an indication that Trump's tariffs will have an effect on video game prices. Japanese video game analyst and founder of Kantan Games, Serkin Todo, told the publication that he believed the Switch 2 price took Trump's recent behavior into account, saying the price suggested Nintendo was building a buffer in case tariffs hit supply chains harder than expected. A separate report from the Financial Times last month suggested that Nintendo had already been shifting production away from China since Trump's first administration stated its intent to upend global trading, noting that more than half of the hardware and Nintendo imports into the U.S. comes from Vietnam and Cambodia. However, the tariffs imposed by Trump on Wednesday, which he says will go into effect on April 9th, include a 46% tariff on Vietnam and a 49% tariff on Cambodia. According to Financial Times sources, hundreds of thousands of Switch 2s have already been sent from Vietnam to Nintendo's U.S. facilities since the start of the year, perhaps in anticipation of such a move. Financial analyst David Gibson told the publication, export data combined with finished product codes confirms that Nintendo shipped a finished Switch 2 from Vietnam across 5 days in January for a total of 383,000 units, with all of them going to the USA. I suspect this occurred to test the distribution system and get ahead of the risk of tariffs. I expect the number to have ramped up significantly in February and March. So a couple things there. Nintendo was trying to get as many Switch 2 systems into the United States before these tariffs hit. And that is a little unusual for they try to they don't want to have hardware sitting in warehouses. That's expensive, actually, just to have stuff sitting there. They try to keep the supply chain as taut as possible. Like, as soon as it reaches its country of destination, you want to sell it pretty quickly after that. In this case, they're like, well, that cost is going to be kind of trivial compared to these tariffs, so let's get it there. And so they're already making changes to how they're operating to avoid these things. It is not a stretch at all. In fact, I think it's most of the explanation for why the price is what it is, even globally, that the uncertainty caused by the tariffs forced Nintendo to go to the higher end of the spectrum and even do things like bundle in Mario Kart at $500, the bundle that is very likely to be most readily available, in my opinion. I think that is, they're like, we need to get this price. Like, the price we initially get from someone needs to be around $500. How can we make that make sense? Well, we'll average that out over the course of the life by including Mario Kart the whole time so people feel like they're getting a deal. Now, is that going to work? right now, people don't. I mean, if you just go like gauge the reaction in the Nintendo chat on the Treehouse live stream right now, none of this is working. Everyone is furious. All you see in chat is drop the price, and a lot of other angry comments. But I don't know. Like they don't really have too much of a choice. I suppose they could have tried to go at $400 and just hope for the best, that they could eat some of the cost of the tariffs. But 50% of the cost of the Switch 2, they're going to have to pay in taxes just to bring it to the United States. That is untenable. They can't make that work. So I'm not surprised that they tried to find a price point that they could get away with. That's the whole thing that they try to do in all these situations. And here they had to get away with more than they've ever gotten away with before because of the economic situation. So where do we go from here, Jason?
Unfortunately, it is an impossible situation, because you're either going to take a bath on every Switch 2 unit that you sell, which in Nintendo's case, I don't know what their reserves are like. They have always been one of the most successful developers and publishers, so perhaps they have a sizable enough war chest that they could have taken a hit for a little while until this whole thing smooths over, if it ever smooths over. That's the problem. If you take that approach, you can't go up. Once you open that Pandora's box, you have to stay there. And if you just continue to take a bath on every single one that you do, that's going to bankrupt you. So they went for, I hope, the highest possible outlier. And then if things start to smooth out, maybe they come down from there, whether it's bundling a game with the $449 as well. Like you can purchase a game, maybe not Mario Kart, that's always with the $500 one, but maybe you can get one of the Switch 2 edition ones for $450.
What's it called? The Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, that digital brochure that they're charging for.
Let's bundle that in there. I think we're going to get into that a little bit, but that price is not what I expected when I heard about it. I'm just glad it's not $80.
Yeah.
But it's an impossible situation that shouldn't be. I mean, if we're going to really get into it, this shit should not be happening, right? It's not normal. None of this is normal.
It's straight up bad. Like, I mean, let's be clear. The tariffs are a bad strategy almost 100% of the time, and like again, that's my opinion. But I'm someone who's like been curious about tariffs for a long time. I remember like learning about it, like listening when I first got interested in economics after the 2008 financial crisis, and I was mostly just listening to a lot of books on tape, listening to a lot of like Planet Money on NPR. They would do stories about tariffs, and it was just like, we had a tariff on imported trucks because Europe had a tariffs on our chicken, and we were mad at them, and because of that, we still 70, 80 years later have a tariff on imported trucks, like mid-sized trucks. And so that's why the F-150 has been the best-selling truck and doesn't have competition in the United States, really, because all these companies have to do these other things to get around them. And it's like, well, why don't we just get rid of the tariff? Because that's politically, there's no reason why any politician ever wants to get rid of tariffs. Because once it's there, it's like, oh, we're going to make things a little bit harder for our local, our domestic businesses. That seems like a loser, and it always is. So once these tariffs are in place, they are very difficult to get rid of. We still have, I think, the vast majority of the tariffs that Trump put in place on China and other countries in the first administration. Some of them like lapsed, there was a timer on them. Some of them did lapse, but a lot of them are still there. Biden didn't get rid of them. He did not. It was just like, hey, let's get rid of all this stuff that was a pretty bad idea. It's like, it's there, whatever. We'll just kind of go as this is the norm now. So there's a chance like these things are here for the next 50 years. Like that is what we're talking about. And so it's like, this is just going to, like, these companies can't just hope for the best. They have to operate under the worst case scenario, because the worst case scenario continues to happen with these sorts of things. So at a certain point, I don't blame Nintendo too much, although I fully understand the anger.
No, for me too. It's sticker shock. It is pure and simple sticker shock, and that creates anger and dismay and disdain and all that stuff. I completely agree with all of that. Although I will say, with these tariffs in particular, I think it'll be a lot easier.
It should be easy
to overturn them because of who they're associated with.
That's right. There's a better chance of getting overturned. Correct.
And if there's any, anyone with any brains or cajones on the other side of the aisle, they are taking all of this reaction, they are paying attention to all this, and they are going to hammer the hell out of that message between now and when the tariffs go live, if that even happens, right? They AOC, Bernie, whoever it wants to be, Cory Booker, whoever it is, they need to be saying right now, do you see this? This is in one sector. It's in one industry. This could be all of them if you're not, getting on board with us being against this crap right now. Will that happen? I will not hold my breath. Yeah, I will not do it. But it needs to happen because this is just going to keep happening. Everyone keeps using the specter of Grand Theft Auto 6 behind this, right? And how Take-Two is probably licking their chops to make the standard game $100. That the percentage chance of that happening, I think, completely flipped as soon as that price became. As soon as Nikki Grayson said $79.99 on that talkover, my brain went to, oh shit, Grand Theft Auto is going to be $100.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously at least $80, right? There's no way it's not $80, right?
No, not a chance in hell it's less than $80.
Not one. Literally 0% chance that Grand Theft Auto 6 is less than $80. Now, 80 to 100, I think it could be anywhere in that spectrum. I think that's a likelihood. Above 100, pretty unlikely, but like $90 for Grand Theft Auto 6 kind of also seems like, well, if you can do 80 and you're not, you're like, well, look at Grand Theft Auto 6 compared to Mario Kart, right? Like that's the thing that they're going to be thinking. So they're probably going to do 90. And at that point, why not just do 100? Like it's so easy for them to kind of like, sort of kick that can down the road and be like, let's just go a little bit further. And I think they're saying to themselves correctly, it'll still sell. And I think that's the thing that we're at with the Switch 2 and Mario Kart and all these game prices. I think like despite the backlash that the system's going to sell. And then if they have to lower the price, they can, but I think they're willing to see how far they can push it. And if we get to a year from now, a year and a half, 2 years out, and it's still like it's kind of selling pretty close to what the Switch 1 was doing, I think they will absolutely just keep going. If there's any sort of like headwind, they can't now, as you said, have the opportunity to lower the price. They were always going to struggle to raise the price. So starting on the high end is what they're going to do, and they're going to like always do what they can get away with. And I think they're probably right that they're going to be able to get away with this. As unfortunate as that is, but that's the case here.
I know my goofy ass is going to be trying to pre-order it next week, and
that's where a lot of this is coming from. Like I can only be so mad when I'm also going to be the sucker who's going to be there day one trying to pre-order it. I can only be. It would be
very hypocritical of me.
Yeah,
it would be very hypocritical of me to be like, this price sucks, and then start clicking my F5 on whatever website I decide to go on trying to pre-order this thing. So, it is amazing to me how impossible of a situation this is, and how avoidable it all could have been if people weren't so dumb, I guess is the word I'm looking. I don't know. It's depressing, really. Yep. It's this is supposed to be something I take joy in every day, and I feel like a little bit more that joy is getting slowly pulled out of me. It won't go away forever. It won't all go away. I promise you that. But it's becoming harder and harder to defend this medium that we follow.
I mean, dumb doesn't even begin to do it justice. I don't know if people saw like how someone discovered how they decided what percentage of tariff they were going to charge for each country.
I did not.
The administration claims that they did a lot of like deep calculations by looking at the tariffs that these countries charge on us, as well as non-tariff barriers, things that raise our costs or whatever when we're releasing stuff in their countries, where we're exporting to their countries. And it's like, okay, so what tariffs can you show us? And they really couldn't show us. And then someone was like messing around with the numbers, and what they ended up doing was taking our exports to like Cambodia versus what Cambodia exports to us. And they just divided those two numbers. And then that percentage is the percentage of the tariff in every single case. It is a fundamental, catastrophic misunderstanding of how these things work. And then to go out and claim that this is based on the non-tariff barriers, it is just like an easier way to explain this is, how you have a trade deficit with the store you go to buy your stuff. Like, it would be like getting angry that you spend more money at the store than the store spends at your house. That's what they're doing here with every country on earth. It's like you're the country with most money. Naturally, you're going to spend more money in other countries than they spend here. That is just how things work. And so they just did the dumbest shit imaginable to come up with made up numbers. I mean, it's beyond embarrassing. It is beyond idiocracy now. Like, we're past that point. It's dumber than anything we ever could have imagined. And this is what companies trying to sell stuff to us has to deal with. Like, at a certain point, I just can't be mad at Nintendo, because I have to be mad at the real idiots.
And people will say, they'll start getting into the whole because you're a fanboy, right? And that just look at me right now. Anyone who's watching this, get that shit out of your mind. This has nothing to do with who we like. All of it. We'd be saying the same thing if it was Microsoft with the new Xbox.
Oh, and they're going to be raising prices here soon. Give them 30 minutes. Yeah,
and the same thing with Sony if it was a PlayStation. This shit sucks no matter who it is. So lay off that fanboy bullshit. It's missing the forest for the trees. There are way more important issues here than brand loyalty. If that's your first thought, you're part of the problem. Straight up.
Yes, you are distracted by stuff that is made up marketing to get you to spend more money on one brand. Don't be a sucker. There's more to talk about with a lot of that, but let's read this next story that's still very related. Higher game prices could become the norm after Switch 2 reveal, analysts predict. This comes from Darren Bonthus at GameSpot. One of the big surprises following this week's Switch 2 deep dive was the price tag for Mario Kart World, as the game has a suggested retail price of $80 ahead of its June 5th release. This is a major increase, especially at a time when consumers are still debating the value of high-profile games, increasing from $60 to $70. And according to analysts, this could become the new standard for the industry. In a breakdown of the Switch 2 and its pricing, analysts at Nico Partners discussed the impact of Mario Kart World at its price. While there has been some sticker shock regarding the price of games increasing from 60 to 70 or 80, these price points are set to become industry standards over the next 2 years, especially so for Nintendo first-party games, Nico Partners explained. One reason for the higher price is the increased cost of new and faster game cards themselves, with higher capacities being more expensive to manufacture than a PS5 Blu-ray disc. It is worth noting that the certain Switch 2 game cards will only contain keys on the cart that they can be used to authenticate a purchase and then download a game directly to the console. Whether these games will cost $60 or $70 remains to be seen. But another Switch 2 game, Donkey Kong Bonanza, does have an MSRP of $70. The other concern here is that Nintendo will likely set a new precedent for game prices with Mario Kart World, allowing other publishers to follow suit and charge $80 for new games. So, Jason, I've been asking around a little bit. Hey, well, what do you think? What do the people that you work for think? They're all ecstatic. They are all so excited that Nintendo did this. They are pretty much like they were waiting for someone to do it, and they're like, and the fact that it's Nintendo doing it, the one that does have the ability to get away with the most, because they do have the most hardcore fan base in a lot of ways. They're just like, yep, we are right behind you. Like, give us a little bit of time, and $80 will be the cost of our games as well. Everyone wants to do this, and Nintendo paving the way has been big for them. So I think people should exercise their critical voice. They should be in Nintendo's chat saying, I hate this, lower the price.
I agree.
I do wonder how much of that pressure is really going to be felt by Nintendo when they have all of these cost pressures and all this other stuff, like really kind of informing this. And again, I think they're going to wait and see. Like, they're not going to lower the price of anything before this stuff comes out. No. They're going to go with this and see what happens. And then it's up to people to actually follow through it and not purchase these things if they are on the fence. And I do think a lot of people did move from one side of the fence to the other when they saw the prices. And if that maintains that, and then people don't eventually talk themselves into it, so a price could come down. They could find ways to have more frequent discounts, at least, something we didn't see from Nintendo a lot last generation. And I think in the meantime, people should maybe look around for other ways to be interacting with games. Now suddenly PC gaming really does look like the cheapest way to be playing games. It's like, yeah, why not kind of go get a Steam Deck and enjoy those Steam sales every time, and just kind of wait for a game to go down in price after 6 months, something that won't happen with the Nintendo first party. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of forces at play here, but I think the way it's trending is prices are not just going to come down from Nintendo. Everyone else is going to raise their prices to meet where Nintendo is now at.
Yep, rising tide lifts all boats. That is the that is the saying, right?
Our boats, get left behind. Yeah,
it's the meme of the kid of the woman holding the one kid in the pool, and then the other kid's drowning, and then there's a skeleton underneath them all. That we're the skeleton, and then that's Nintendo's the $80 and everybody coming up to it. The idea of a pricing Cold War happening and waiting for the next someone to make the jumps that we can all say, oh, they did it too. Would not surprise me at all. That makes perfect sense. And the fact that, like you said, the fact that it's Nintendo who has led the charge here is just going to embolden them even more. And it's going to be $80 a pop, both physically and digitally. I don't think there's going to be any difference there. If you thought paying $60 for a digital license that you don't actually own was bad, if you want to keep up, guess what? You're going to be doing it at 80 now. And that's just how this thing is going to go. And it sucks. And there's no other way to describe it. It's just, I'm now more worried about, people were talking about how the layoffs that we have suffered over multiple years were indicative of a bubble, right? I mean, you and I have talked about how it's just normal industry retraction after the surge that was the pandemic era. But now if you're combining shrinking labor force with higher prices, are we now talking about a potential bubble? Like, is that something that we could maybe now consider happening? Because if you're shrinking your labor force, but nobody's buying the games again because they're too expensive and they're sticking with the PC gaming thing, there's a lot of things that are spooking me now. I will say, as far as the, lowering the price eventually, if this does not pan out thing, there probably are some levers that we're not even thinking about that Nintendo could pull to get there and make it feasible for them. But I don't think they drop the price of this console in the first year.
No way.
I think we're talking next year, unless it's catastrophic.
Yes.
Unless nobody buys this thing, it sells less than what they shipped in January, February, and March, as we talked about earlier, and it becomes the, sorry guys, Vita. Then maybe we have an issue. But is that going to happen? Do you see any world where this thing doesn't sell out?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen a lot of comparisons people have made between this Switch to Direct and these announcements in the price to, to the Wii U and the 3DS. And it's like, okay, the Wii U is a worst case scenario where that was completely misreading the room and not having a system to meet the times and all these other problems. And that was a complete failure for 4 or 5 years, and they had to really reset everything. The 3DS was a good system that was too expensive. And people wanted it, but it was just too expensive. So it's like, Jason, do you think this is a Wii U scenario? Like, is this as bad as the Wii U? Okay, well, is it a 3DS scenario? Is it like, this is a good system that's going to be too expensive for a lot of people, and Nintendo will have to correct the price? Because I don't think it's that either.
Oh, I think it's more of that than a Wii U situation.
Well, it's more of that than, obviously it's closer to that, yes, but I don't even think it's a 3DS situation.
Do you think it's in its own?
I think this is just like them finding the right price for the time, regardless of how we feel about it. Like it's
because of outside factors and things like that.
And everything else has gone up in price. So it's like one more thing being expensive. It's like, it sucks and we hate it. And like, the reason people do get angry is because video games are a price sensitive market. Like. And that just means people are aware of what things have costed in the past and what they should cost. And and so when stuff goes up, everyone who normally interacts with the marketplace to buy these things notices when a price goes up. And it's like, and they've already sort of subconsciously noticed everything else going up in their life that they're less sensitive to. So then all of the anger gets funneled onto the thing that they're very aware of what this should cost. I still think overall that Nintendo will be able to push through this, and as long as they're offering up like very exciting games, I think people are gonna probably show up. I think if it's a 3DS scenario, it's not as extreme as a 3DS. Like, it doesn't go down. Like, what was the 3DS, like $350?
Yeah, it went down to 250 to go down $100.
I think it went like almost down to like 220. I thought like it went down like more than $100 or something like that. Maybe. And so I think if this goes down, it goes down $50, and it goes down $50 next year or something like that. But even
or they just make the 449 model the only one, and it comes with Mario Kart. They just eliminate
that's a good move. Okay, yeah, that's what they would do. Yeah.
Yeah, they just eliminate the one that doesn't come with a game. It's $4.49 with Mario Kart. Off you go.
Yep, that's the move. You're right. Good. Yeah, I think you nailed it. If they need to pull that lever, that's the lever they would pull. And then I saw Marino chats like cynically, even if tariffs went away completely, if all these tariffs went away, they would probably try to keep this price. Absolutely. That's the thing we should get at is, for as much as the environment is the factor here, these companies always want to charge as much as they possibly can. They want to get away with as much as they possibly can. That's the way the whole system is set up. So again, I can only get so mad because they're like, that's what you're supposed to do when you have a company. Charge as much as you can get away with.
Right.
But if we get past all this and the tariffs get repealed, these companies are looking for their moment to raise the price. Like that's what happened with GPUs over the last 10 years. And when we talk about like mid-price GPUs being $500, $600 now, that's crazy. In 2014, a mid-price, really awesome GPU was $200, $250. And then every generation after that, they were like, I think we can raise the price again. Let's go for it. I think we can raise the price again. And they were right. They were right. And they were right. And they were right until they weren't. And then even then, it's not like they retracted prices all that much. And sure, AMD would show up with an alternative that's a little bit less expensive compared to the current generation, but it's still super expensive compared to something 2-3 years ago. So it's any opportunity to raise the price, these companies will take it. This is an opportunity to set a new standard, and I think Nintendo is taking it, and everyone else in the industry now is looking at Nintendo doing it as an opportunity for them to do it. So it's just going to snowball now. And what do you think? Like, is Intergalactic going to be $70? That's going to be $80. It's not even out. It's not out till like 2027. Like that's going to be $80.
Well, by then I think $79.99 will be established.
Yeah,
right. It's not going anywhere. The Band-Aid's off, fellas. Yep. Sorry, ladies and gents. The Band-Aid is off. Pandora's box is open. We are paying $80 from now on. Now, again, if Nintendo is doing this, some of them are, some of them aren't. Could that? The problem is if you're going to charge. Okay, so let me ask you this: what is the Switch 2 Zelda going to cost?
I mean, I do.
Is that 80 or is that more?
I think that's 80. I think. I think I would really like to know what the card size is for Mario Kart 8 or Mario Kart World, compared to a Donkey Kong Bonanza. Because Donkey Kong Bonanza is 70, then Mario Kart World is 80. Like, what's the difference there? Is like, is there different in quality? It doesn't seem like it. Is it like, are you trying to tell us this is no? Is the card just actually bigger? And that's the reason. The reason I'm skeptical about that is because all of those Nintendo Switch games that are getting upgrades, they're $70. Not all of them are going to up to 80, right?
Only some of them. I think, and which is example. Breath of the Wild 70. Tears of the Kingdom's 80.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, that's because Mike told me this one yesterday. That's because Breath of the Wild is $60 and Tears of the Kingdom is $70. So they're both getting a $10 increase. Okay. So, some of them are like, is Tears of the Kingdom being 80? It's like, okay, I get what you're saying. That's a $10 increase, but still, that's just $80 for a Switch 2 version of Tears of the Kingdom. And I know that game is not on the big, heavy, new, more storage game card for the Switch 2. No. But that's just 80 because it's got extra stuff. So I don't know if it's just always going to be about the card size. I get that is a thing that we could tell ourselves, like, this is the reason this is happening. I just think Nintendo is looking to like kind of have options in the market. So they're like, let's do Donkey Kong Bonanza at 70. Let's Mario Kart we know is going to sell. No matter, people cannot resist it. They have never been able to resist it. Even like, on the Wii, it sold 50 million copies. On the Switch, it sold 60 million copies. It's probably going to sell at least 35 million copies. And if it takes a hit because it's a higher price, 35 million people are still going to buy it at that higher price. And then if we need to discount it at that point, we still have that option to reach the rest of those 15 million people that we left on the table. At that point, I just think that there's no way around all this. It's So one last hypothetical for you. One last hypothetical that I think is going to be a little more relevant by the end of the year. The next 3D Mario adventure. Yeah. Because you have a 3D adventure in Donkey Kong that is 70, but you have a Mario game that is 80. I think they like play this out over the next year. and they look at the numbers, and then I think they make a final decision about like how frequently can we drop the $80 new game. And
Sure.
I think if Mario Kart meets a certain threshold, the next Mario could easily be $80. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll
A quick clarification of something you guys were
Please.
wondering about. So there are $80 retail. Yeah. Voice of God. Hello. What's up?
Thank you.
There are $80 Switch 2 versions of last gen games because the retail bundle is the Switch 1 game and the Switch 2 upgrade in the retail box.
Right.
So you are paying that $60 plus if it's a $20 upgrade, that's included in the MSRP for what they're branding as the Switch 2 version of it at retail.
Okay.
So you get $70 and $80 respectively for certain versions of those games, like Tears of the Kingdom being $80. Also, for some of you guys were looking at earlier, I checked it and they did say that the Mario Kart bundle is limited quantities available through the fall. It's while supplies last is how they are branding that.
So that's like a launch bundle. Interesting. So a launch bundle, and then it'll be so it's basically what we said, just in reverse. The bundle will go away, and it'll be $4.49 without a game.
Well, I'll see. I'll believe it when I see that the bundle goes away because they just always had a Mario Kart bundle throughout the entirety of the Switch 1. So I think that, but I think they'll play around. They do that. So they do have the option of what you said. It's like maybe at that point, if things aren't going well, they bundle in Mario Kart with the 450 version. That could be their ambassador program equivalent, something a little like the diet version of that. Or if it goes well enough, they just okay, now the Mario Kart bundle is back at $500, and now it's got different colored Joy-Con too. Whatever. I think they've given themselves options here to kind of play the field as we sort of react to what they're doing. And I think in this moment, people yelling at them, it's going to have an effect. People should yell at these companies because I do think most people are going to end up showing up to buy this thing. And voting with your wallet, I've always tell people it's not as effective as you think. First of all, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to like make decisions using money or try to influence companies making money. It's an unfair thing. You don't really have a lot of leverage there as much as you think you do.
No.
And then yelling at them actually does occasionally make them feel a little ashamed. And they hate having that bad press. They really do. So keep yelling at them. Maybe it'll work. We'll see. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we got more Switch 2 details to talk about and what is going on in the UK with their most influential game. We'll get to that right after this. All right, we are back at it with game-breaking news. Jeff Grubb, Jason Finelli, let's do the next story here. Nintendo confirms Switch 2 uses DLSS and ray tracing, but is being super vague about the details. This is from Wesley Yinpul at IGN. Nintendo has confirmed the Switch 2 uses DLSS and ray tracing technology, but has yet to go into detail on how exactly, or even to show them off. NVIDIA DLSS, which is Deep Learning Super Sampling, is an AI-powered technology that uses machine learning to upscale lower-resolution images in real time, enhancing both performance and image quality in games. Basically, it's an image reconstruction program. This week's hour-long Nintendo Direct revealed much about the $450 Switch 2, but Nintendo has kept technical information to a minimum. Even in the official Nintendo Switch 2 tech specs, there is only confirmation that the console uses a custom processor made by NVIDIA, and no more detail. In a hardware-focused roundtable Q&A in New York yesterday, attended by IGN, Nintendo representatives confirmed that the Switch 2 uses DLSS, but did not specify which version of the tech or whether it had been customized for Switch 2. Takuhiro Dota, Senior Director of the Programming Management Group, Entertainment Planning and Development Department at Nintendo Entertainment Planning and Development Division, confirmed, we use DLSS upscaling technology, and that's something that we need to use as we develop games. And when it comes to the hardware, it is able to output TV at a max of 4K. Whether the software developer is going to use that as a native resolution or get it upscaled to from something else is up to them. They can choose, basically. I think it opens up a lot of options for the software developer to choose from. They did not go on to confirm, like, hey, what even is the NVIDIA GPU in there? We've had some leaks about this in the past. We'll get, I'm sure, more details, especially like once Digital Foundry gets their hands on this or whatever. And I'm sure a lot of other tech YouTubers will do that. But yeah, what do you think, Jason?
So if I could interrupt you real quick,
Please.
while we were preparing this show, I meant to put this in the chat and then forgot to do so. NVIDIA put out a press release saying that it is their AI-powered DLSS and 4K gaming. I have it in front of me. I can read it for you now.
That's probably why Nintendo is not talking about it, because NVIDIA gets to do this. All right, go ahead, please.
Yes. So the Nintendo Switch 2, unveiled April 2nd, takes performance to the next level, powered by a custom NVIDIA processor featuring NVIDIA GPU with dedicated RT cores and Tensor cores for stunning visuals and AI-driven enhancements. Let's see. The new RT cores bring real-time ray tracing, lifelike lighting, reflections, and shadows. Tensor cores power AI-driven features like deep learning super sampling, DLSS, boosting resolution for sharper details without sacrificing image quality. Tensor cores also enable AI-powered face tracking and background removal in video chat use cases, enhancing social gaming and streaming. Thank you, NVIDIA, for game chat. That's what I'm hearing there. With 10 times the graphics performance of the Nintendo Switch, 10 times, wow. The Nintendo Switch 2 delivers smoother gameplay and sharper visuals. Tensor cores boost AI-powered graphics while keeping power consumption efficient. RT cores enhance in-game realism with dynamic lighting and natural reflections. VRR via NVIDIA G-Sync in handheld mode ensures ultra-smooth, tear-free gameplay. So there you go. That came out at about 11:30, and we were getting ready at noon.
Still not a ton of like specific details, but yeah, just kind of come out there and reminding everybody that this is going to use a lot of NVIDIA tech, and NVIDIA was super involved. That's good to know. Tensor cores are basically, that's the thing that actually runs DLSS. RT cores are ray tracing cores. That's the things that actually calculates the ray tracing in games. And having specified hardware specifically for these tasks really is important. At this point, you kind of can't just use generic traditional compute cores to do these things. Right. It's super slow. I remember when we first got the tensor cores and the ray tracing cores and comparing it to like the 10 generation, like the 1080 Ti or whatever, which was a great GPU. But it just really could not handle ray tracing at all because it just was not made for that. So this is going to be interesting to see, like, really, ray tracing on Switch 2 games. Is that something that is going to be common? I still doubt it. But, no. Ray traced shadows, ray traced ambient occlusion, which is like when you have light bouncing between two surfaces on like a corner to like have the light sort of dissipate as you get further into that corner. It really does make things look a lot more lifelike. It's really crucially important to just like subtly improving image quality. You could do that with ray tracing. That's not too intense, but like real time, like dynamic global illumination, it's probably going to be pretty rare on the Switch 2, which, that's fine. Baked lighting has been good for forever. I think that's what most people say when they turn on ray tracing. Like, it looks, I guess, a little bit better, but boy, it runs like shit now. So I'm going to turn this off. I think in this case that like they'll use it judiciously, sparingly, and I was never really expecting much ray tracing on the Switch 2, so that will not be missed really. And then the DLSS stuff, that's promising because I think all of the improvements that NVIDIA's made to that. With the keeping in mind that NVIDIA likely provided a much older sort of base GPU for the Switch 2 because Nintendo likes to use the older technology, but still they customized the chip. They could put custom tensor cores in there. Having that in there and making sure that these games can render at 720 or even 540 and upscale to 1080 and then upscale to 1440 or upscale to 4K. That's good. That's exciting. And we saw like the Treehouse was streaming Metroid Prime 4 Beyond in 4K today, and boy, it looked really good. It actually looks... it's weird how good these games look on Switch 2. I guess I wasn't even expecting that.
I think that's the game, Metroid Prime 4, that they're going to use as the early benchmark for that sort of visual fidelity. Just because, based on that stream, like you were saying, how insane it is looking. Even in the 4K stream of the Direct yesterday, there was some really good looking gameplay from Metroid Prime when it was up there. I'm genuinely curious about games like the new Mario. I keep going to the new 3D Mario. That could also be a very impressive looking game. I go back to remember when Sunshine came out on the GameCube and how absolutely floored everybody was about how that looked back then. And that game, I would argue, not completely, of course, but it holds up. Like it's obviously it's not meeting the 4K of today, but that game still visually for what it was at the time holds up. And I think the new Mario now on Switch 2 could be another evolution of that. honestly, I got a lot of GameCube vibes from this whole thing.
Yep.
A lot of that GameCube era vibe from this entire Switch 2 thing. But that's another story. But as far as like the visual fidelity and the DLSS is concerned, it's exciting. It's something I think I'm glad to hear those words associated with Nintendo finally, especially 4K, 120 frames per second, things like that. Whether or not every game will use them on the Switch 2 remains to be seen. But as long as the first party games do, the places that we've not seen this sort of tech before, I think it'll work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I think I'm excited because I think Nintendo will use this stuff in a relatively wise way, where it's
Sure.
They're not going to try to go all out with 4K native assets, but the fact that they can continue making games maybe at relatively the same fidelity as they were doing on the Switch 1, but now have a ton of overhead left over for extra animations and realistic physics and things like that. I mean, I think that's what we're seeing in Mario Kart World, or even Donkey Kong Bonanza, where these games look, like an HD Nintendo game since like the Wii U, because it's like art focused first, and then it looks great, and then of course like when you do see it in 4K, it looks stunning for sure, but it doesn't look like it completely a generational leap from one system to the other in terms of just like a still image. But once it goes in motion, all that extra animation flavor really does make it stand out. And that's where I want them to focus. I think that is the best place for them to be in terms of making their games look better. It's like, just make them more lifelike. Give Donkey Kong's booty some jiggle. Like, let's see what that thing can do.
The eyes popping out from the picture you posted of this guy. Like, the expressions on his face were probably the thing I keep remembering from that trailer. Just how expressive his whole head is morphing every time he reacts. That if they can do stuff like that across their entire portfolio, they'll be in good shape.
All right, let's keep going. GameSpot Show's coming up soon, so let's try to get this ready for them. Switch 2 could fix two of the biggest issues on the Nintendo eShop. This is from Darren Bontheus at GameSpot. When the Switch 2 launches in June, longtime users could see two major improvements to the Nintendo eShop. Nintendo is aiming to address complaints of its digital storefront, which has long been criticized for being slow to navigate through and for being populated with cheap shovelware titles that often use underhanded methods to stand out. In a developer roundtable, Nintendo confirmed that the eShop will benefit from performance upgrades and that a new feature on the store will make finding games easier for users. Takuhiro Doda, Nintendo's Senior Director of Entertainment Planning and Development, explained in a Nintendo post how the Switch 2 hardware will make exploring the eShop faster and smoother, thanks to the system's performance capabilities. I think that's kind of expected. It should be faster, but them kind of being aware of it and being like, we're going to make it faster, at least out of the gate, that's welcome news for me. I hope that 5 years from now, we're not back in the same situation where it's like they've added a ton of cruft and didn't keep up with maintaining it, and now it runs like crap again, which is what happened with the Switch 1, because the Switch 1 eShop at launch ran fantastic, especially compared to the Wii U eShop, which was a nightmare to use, took forever to load. For discoverability, producer for entertainment and planning and development Koyuichi Kawamoto briefly spoke about the Game Finds for You feature that allows users to see screenshots and videos for games. With this feature, I think players will be able to easily find something interesting without having to search every nook and cranny of the Nintendo eShop. So they're doing a little bit for discoverability. I don't know if this is like how on Steam you get the curated thing that's just like, hey, here's your finds for you because of the games you play and the games you've purchased previously. I don't know if that's what they're saying, but it sounds like something along those lines, maybe. At the very least, the fact that they even are mentioning discoverability is better than what was happening with the eShop on the Switch. Do you think that this is going to be a market improvement?
I hope so, because right now the Switch eShop, I can't let my kids browse on their own. I have to make sure that they're not seeing anything they're not supposed to see. It's the lack of curation.
They can see a Sonic game. Ugh.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
No, keep that out. Yep.
They could run into Balan Wonderworld. I can't put that on my conscience. But I hope it works. I really do. But the Game Finds for You, it says Game Finds for You feature that allows users to see screenshots and videos for games. I saw that on the corner of my eye. Jesus Christ. Great. So you're going to put more screenshots and videos on the games that I have to search for myself?
Of Hentai Golf. Yeah. Every game has a screenshot from Hentai Golf now. Let's go.
Yeah. So, right. And then are they going to be censored? Are they going to be curated? Is it going to get worse? I don't know. Jury's still out, I think. But again, the fact that they're even talking about it, cool.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. I'm hopeful. Switch 2's surprise minigame collection includes Guess the Frame Rate and Mario Bros. 4K from Chris Scullion at VGC. I'm sorry, this one really is going to send me continuously every time I think about it. This is the digital brochure that they showed off during the Direct. That's like, here, like, go to this part of the Joy-Con to learn what it can do and like learn where the magnets are and learn about HD Rumble 2. And they have a Guess the Frame Rate game. Honestly, it looks like that scene from Vegas Vacation where he goes into the really shitty casino and they're like, guess a number between 1 through 10, or which hand is the money in? And he's like, oh, war. I love war. It reminds me of that. Like, this is the cheap Vegas casino compared to like PlayStation's Astrobot, which comes included with, or Astro's Playroom, which comes included with the PS5 for free. We did like get maybe a little bit of pricing information about this. It's 990 yen in Japan. You could maybe say that means it's going to be around $10. If you translate that to USD right now, it's closer to like $6. So it could be anywhere from $5 to $10. All right, at least it's not 80, but it should just be included. This is nuts. I continue, like they showed more of it in the Playhouse stream today. I continue to think it looks kind of bad.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's par for the course. We talked about how it shouldn't be priced, it should be free, but it's par for the course with everything else on Switch 2. If you want the Switch 2 edition, you have to get the $10 upgrade pack to get the right tutorial. Mm-hmm. So if that's what this is, it's a welcome tour. It's just showing you how to. I love how it's like, this is where the magnets are. Yeah, this is the mouse function. I showed the Direct to my kids yesterday, and my older one was like, do they think people not know how this works? Uh-huh. And I'm like, maybe they don't. Maybe they think we're all dumb. I don't know. But yeah, that did not enthuse her at all. It is, I can't complain too much because I'm a sucker and I'm just going to do it for the memes.
Yeah, right? I'm probably going to get it too.
If it's $10, I'm going to drop it just to be like, what the hell do they think this is worth $10 for? At
a certain point, I'm the kind of sucker that's like, well, I'm already spending $500. Like, what is another $10? But honestly, I'm probably going to be like, well, I'm already spending $500. I should really make this thing worth it by getting another $70 game. Let's get some third-party games. Let's get Madden. Let's get this thing as well. And like another $10 on top. Just throw it on the pile at that point. That's the sucker I am. So I'm gonna end up getting this thing that I have said nothing nice about so far. I don't know what's wrong with me. Everything. I mean, maybe wrong with me.
I have 4 words, and the voice of God will agree with me. Street Fighter 6 Amiibo, and that's just like that was targeted at me specifically. Yep. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do it. I want to see the Mario Fog of War effect, whatever the hell that is. But great.
Yeah, we're right now, thanks to VGC, we're watching their Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour gameplay video that's up on YouTube. People should go check it out. And Andy here is playing the Guess the Frame Rate game, or he was a second ago. And it's just like, there are GIFs that are like, 15 years old, showing the difference between like 30 frames per second and 60 frames per second. And it's just that, but now you get to like guess which one is 30 and which one's 60. That's all it is. It is like kind of the bare minimum. Now, I like this idea of Super Mario Brothers 4K, like 1-1, where it's showing you what it's like if you were to stretch the pixels across the entirety of a 4K screen to show how the entire level will fit in there. Like, okay, that's neat, but that is also just so obviously tech demo included in the system bullshit. I get why people hate this goddamn company. I really do. All right.
They are super weird, aren't they?
They're super weird. Absolutely. A Piranha Plant version of the Switch 2 camera will be available at launch. I might get this one.
Me too. It's awesome.
Yeah, it looks really cute. It's
mouth opens.
Yeah, mouth opens, and then you can see the camera. Can you close it so like when you want the camera hidden, it like actually shutters so if people can't see? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Let's see. According to the retailer, the Piranha Plant camera is priced at €40, which is €20 cheaper than Nintendo's official Switch 2 camera. This one's from Hori, so I bet it's worse quality. And you can plug any USB camera into the Switch 2 for the most part. It's got a USB-C port on top, so you're probably going to want one that can plug into that. I'm sure you can get an adapter to make just about anything work, but yeah, the $40 for like a 540p camera from Hori, that looks like a Piranha Plant. We'll see. I probably am only going to use this camera 4 to 5 times throughout the life of the Switch 2. occasionally for content, maybe, and then maybe one time with the family that's up in Michigan or whatever. We'll see.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, my purchase of the camera is directly related to how many of my friends also get the Switch 2. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, and people like Sean and Marino are saying, Hori's honestly €40 doesn't mean it's going to be worse. Hori makes better stuff, so maybe the Nintendo camera will be 540p, and this one will be 720 or 1080, and they're just charging the right price for that stuff because Hori does source quality components. All right, last story here, and then we got to wrap up. BAFTA announces the most influential video game of all time, and it's a real head scratcher. This is from Vicky Blake at IGN. I'm just going to go here. Let's go through the list. I'm going to start here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
21.
9, 10. I'm going to start with the 10. Number 10 is The Sims, then Half-Life 2, then, and I'm going up, everybody. So Super Mario 64 is more relevant. And then above Super Mario 64 as the most influential game of all time is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Now's a good time to point out that this was a fan vote, and people are just voting their feelings, apparently. Then Minecraft, then Ocarina of Time, then Half-Life, Super Mario Brothers, number 3. Above that, number 2 is Doom. This list sounding pretty decent, other than obviously the one weird one that people are just playing in the moment. Number 1, Shenmue. What are you talking about? Okay, look, I will give you its influential, sure. It's not even one of the top 20 most influential games. It's got like some elements that really people can look back to and be like, this is stuff that we would really figure out later. But Shenmue at number 1, above Doom, above Super Mario Brothers.
BAFTA, more like DAFTA, am I right? Jeez Louise. This list is weird. It's a weird Metal Gear. Oh, and you went down to 10. I'm going to go to 11. Tetris.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Tetris at 11.
Yeah.
And
World
also
of Warcraft
below
is on there. Yeah. Final Fantasy
7 is there.
Grand Theft Auto
Skyrim is
3.
there.
Yeah.
And the first one. There's 2 Grand Theft Autos on there.
Yeah.
What is happening?
All right. The UK, as always, smoking something. I love y'all over there. You guys keep doing your thing. Someone bring me all of the UK Shenmue fans. I want to talk to you. I want to see what you guys are all thinking. All right. That does it for the headlines. We have, let's see here, somewhere. Let me close this Andy Robinson video. The Giant Bomb polls from the last couple of days. There we go. Okay, grade the Switch 2 Direct, and let's see. Do you think we get Final Fantasy IX Remake for the game's 25th anniversary this year? We asked that. We didn't ever answer that one. I voted yes, and so did 43% of respondents. 57% of people still doubt we're getting Final Fantasy IX Remake this year, which they haven't mentioned anything, so I don't blame people. But it was in that NVIDIA leak, so I'm hopeful. How about you, Jason?
Seems like something that would be announced in the June SGF time frame to be released towards the end of the year, if not winter 2026, because I imagine they're treating it as a 25th anniversary fiscal celebration. So that could include the beginning of 2026 as well. But yes, I think I voted yes as well.
And they could announce it for the 25th anniversary and release it next year, right? That's the kind of thing they could easily do.
Yes, yeah.
And make that make sense. Grade the Switch 2 Direct. I'm just going to go with the B. That is how, because I had plenty of games that I was super interested in. Oh, I didn't. Let me refresh here because I think we got some votes. I only posted this like an hour ago. Most people are at the B, 45%. 17% are C, 8% are D or lower, and 30% gave it an A. And that's, 860 votes. So we're still kind of early. Like I said, I posted this about an hour ago. Jason, I don't know. When I see this and then I see the chat saying drop the price, I do think there's going to be a disconnect here. I think there are a lot of people who are like, God, I've been waiting for a Switch 2. That pent up demand makes it so I'm not even really feeling the price. I kind of honestly, if I'm talking to like the dark part of myself, I would pay even more. And so I think I know. And I think there's a lot of people who are like, it had that new Donkey Kong, the Mario Kart looks good, and all the other stuff that they're promising. GameCube games, that's a B. I'm going to want to get this thing at some point this year. And then still 30% of people are at an A. They're like, they aced it. They nailed it. And I do think like the pricing is going to be included in how people are feeling about that Direct. Maybe not entirely. Maybe some people are just like separating those two things, but I think most people are combining their feelings and answering here. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a very interesting rest of this year for Nintendo, and I am looking forward to how like it all plays out. It's going to be interesting one way or the other. All right,
sir.
Let's see here. New poll question: are you getting a Switch 2? this year, I think is how we're going to phrase it. This year. Now, don't feel about launch, but this year, are you going to try to get a Switch 2? Yes or no? We'll get the results of that. Talk about it on Game Breaking News here on the Power Block with Giant Bomb and GameSpot tomorrow. Speaking of the Power Block, we have, let's see, later today is the voicemail dump truck. I think we got to figure out how is Jan going to be back in time for that voice of God? Do you know? I can't remember.
Oh, figure that out.
We're going to figure all this out, everybody. In the meantime, though, Jason Finelli, thank you so much for hanging out with me and talking about video games, man. I really appreciate it.
Always a blast, my friend. Talk soon.
Thank you all for watching and listening. Please stick around on the Power Block. GameSpot Show should be up next. I think after that, Tom Caswell is going to be playing the return of Verdansk, the map for Call of Duty, Warzone. So look out for all of that. And then voicemail dump truck after that. And then we'll be back tomorrow with even more new stuff. Until then, have a good one. Take care of yourself, and goodbye.
Pow, pow, Power Block.
Yeah. Pow, pow, pow. Blah, blah.
Oh, what was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
He's back.
Hi, Emma.
I don't think what happened to Emma was an accident.
Why don't you reveal who you really are?
You're right. They've been cloning Ben Starr.
You're watching the Power Block.
You're watching the Power Block.
You're watching the Power Block.
Just missed him.
Welcome to the GameSpot Show. On today's episode, Dan Reichert calls in to give us the lowdown on the Switch 2 reveal event. And Jordan Ramey shares his official review on South of Midnight.
Hey there, sir. $1. Thank you very much.
And now, for your host, Kurt Indavina.
That's right. I'm Kurt Davina, folks. You're watching the GameSpot Show, and has been a week. An exciting week for video games because a little thing called the Switch 2 came out. Or no, that's all I'm lying. It didn't come out. It got revealed again because it was revealed a few months ago, and then they're like, hey, don't worry, we're gonna have a video with cool music and girls with friends on rooftops. Guess what didn't happen? That. You're losing your that's not true. I'm not gonna criticize Nintendo. You know what you're doing. If you're here, it's because you want to be informed. And thankfully, GameSpot is the place with all the information you need. So today's episode is gonna be a real informative one with all sorts of stuff. In fact, we have exclusive information right now because we have one Dan Reichert who's on the show floor right now talking about the Nintendo Switch. Dan, tell me everything you've seen about the Nintendo Switch. Go for it, buddy. Dan. Pick up the phone. Dan.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, Kurt. Hey, Kurt. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I'm here. I'm in New York City right now. I'm at the Nintendo Switch 2 event. I just played Mario Kart World. Played some Metroid Prime 4 with the mouse controls. That was fantastic. Played some Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube thing. And it's fantastic. I've had a good time. I yelled while playing Mario Party Jamboree TV. It's a good time. Now, Kurt, leave me alone. I've got to get back to it.
So we didn't learn anything. Dan, you scream while playing a game? Is it good? Like, is the Switch 2 good? Like, anything new? All right, well, I promise we have information for this episode. In fact, this next segment, we actually hired somebody for this one. Their name is Jack, and Jack is actually going to help us cover all the games we don't get to talk about in this show because there's a lot of games that come out, and we're not always able to talk about every single one of them. So, Jack, break it down. Show us what we've missed this week. Go ahead, Jack.
Whoa, the wind. My hair's all fucked up because of the wind. Crazy week this week. Last week, a week. 2 reviews. Inzoi, review in progress. 6. 6 out of 10. Could change. It's a review in progress. Might change. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't review it. I don't care. MLB The Show 25. They've made 25 of them, and this one got an 8. Wait, I said Inzoi got a 6, and this got an 8, right? Oh, the wind's coming again. I gotta go.
What the hell's happening? I didn't learn shit. All right, well, he's a new guy. I guess we'll work on it next week. He'll figure it out. But, if there's anything I can guarantee you there's somebody here that does know what they're talking about. And that's Jordan Ramey. That's right. Jordan Ramey, join us. Come on. Give him a round of applause. Nothing?
Round of applause.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, we're doing all right. Jordan, welcome to the show.
It's good to be here. I can't believe I'm missing this energy by not being in the office right now.
Why? What happened? Why aren't you here?
Because my car broke down for the 3rd time in as many months, and I'm thinking that maybe I have to buy a new car.
Let me get a boo.
Let's get a boo.
Boo! I'm so sorry, Jordan. But for all your...
All right, that's enough.
You don't sound sorry. You're saying sorry and laughing.
Well, no, because you don't hear the boos, do you?
No.
Well, I just know that a lot of people are really upset for you. This whole room is filled with people who are mourning the potential death of your car or the need to buy a new one. But we could at least talk about something that'll lift your spirits. A little game you reviewed.
A little game?
Called
little Xbox game?
South of Midnight. Jordan, you reviewed South of Midnight. You gave it what? Tell me what you gave it.
I gave it an 8 out of 10, which is a great on GameSpot's review scale.
Tell me what it is. Why did you give it an 8 out of 10? Well, let's start with before we get into the why. Give me the brief. Give me what you try and do verbatim your opening intro paragraph of your review.
Did you say verbatim?
Yes.
Sure. The opening.
Don't scroll. I've seen your glasses. I see the reflection of your glasses. That you're
don't worry about it.
Just tell me what's South of Midnight. Tell me what South of Midnight is.
South of Midnight, I feel, is Compulsion Games finally getting a win. It's an incredible love letter to the American Deep South. Very well researched, very well voice acted. Really love seeing aspects of my culture from my dad's side of the family represented in a video game. You don't really get to see that all that often. Combat is okay. It's good. It's decent. In my review, I think I make it sound way worse than it actually is. It's passable. It's clear that the game's focus is more on the story and world building and lore, and the gameplay is kind of there. It's just a medium to move the player from one story beat to the next.
Compulsion's a cool. I like Compulsion as a studio. I don't feel like they've done in the few games that they've done. There is a sense of experimentation and artistry to what they do. There's a lot of style and character in the games that they've made. I am one of the few people who actually like We Happy Few. However, disclaimer, I played that game years after it came out. So
okay, yeah, if you played We Happy Few 2 or 3 years after the game came out, it's pretty good. The expansions made it a much better game.
I when I played it and I looked back at the reviews, I was like, what the fuck? What were all these people complaining about? I was like, oh, it was busted different game from what I understand. So when I saw South of Midnight, before I even saw the combat, I was like, this looks sick. This looks up my alley. But admittedly, the moment I saw the combat, I was, a little checked out. So kind of just I don't know, it just looked like combat in a game, and I didn't know what purpose it was entirely trying to serve. But I was wondering if you could help me out with that. Obviously, you said it was combat's fine, but like tell me how how those things. It's a folklore game with some combat. How do those two things marry together in this thing?
Yeah, so combat is explained in the game as like, oh, all the negative emotions like fear, anger, sadness that are kind of like permeating with people. Sometimes that gets all tangled and knotted up, and they kind of evolve into these near sentient, monstrous creatures called haints. And they guard these locations of negative emotions. And so Hazel's basically going in and fighting these haint creatures. There's a lot of different types. That's one of the good things about the combat is that South of Midnight has some good enemy variety, especially in the latter half of the game. And as she's defeating these enemies and clearing away the dark energy that's kind of infecting this part of the world, she gets to see the memories that they're kind of guarding, these negative emotions, these traumas from the people and animals that once lived there, and slowly begin to uncover the truth of what's been going on. It's very video gamey. It's very much like you need some enemies to fight, and here's a very loose reason for you to fight some enemies. Again, it's not my favorite part of the game, but it's
well. Tell us. So I mean, but
okay.
like, talk to me because like you said in your review that the combat feels more in place as the game goes on. Tell me how that feels. Is it just like an odd bedfellow in the opening game where you're like being introduced in this world and you're just forced to fight shit, and then as the game continues, those things have higher stakes?
Yeah, I mean, you basically hit it right on the head. I don't want to say like, oh, there aren't any stakes in the beginning of the game. Like Hazel's mom, like the character you're playing as, her mom has been swept away in a hurricane and she's trying to get her back. But the pacing and tone of the early story is very relaxing, feels like too strong of a word, but very much like, oh, we're learning these stories, we're moving forward, like her mom's going to be okay, we just have to reach her. And then at the same time, you get thrust into these like life or death situations where these enemies are taking off huge chunks of Hazel's health. And she's doing almost nothing because her abilities in the beginning of the game are very weak. And she only really has one offensive option. So there's just this weird tonal shift where the story isn't super high intense, but the combat is really freaking intense. And it's just a really bad disconnect, a weird bounce back and forth. As you get closer to the ending of the game, the stakes rise in the story. Hazel learns about more of like kind of what's been going on in her corner of the world and what it means to be a weaver. And then there's less of that tonal shift between the story that's happening around and the actual combat. So it kind of meshes a little bit better, if that makes sense.
Sure. The combat seems zippy. It looks zippy. Is that true?
I'm not quite sure what that means.
Just interpret it. When I say zippy, what do you think? Like, I mean, is it zippy? You're zipping around, right? It looks like you're kind of like zipping onto buildings.
I mean, Hazel's pretty fast. Yeah,
she's zippy.
She's a track star, so that's how they explain it. She's able to do all the really cool acrobatic, athletic stuff in the game.
I mean, but like if you were to play, but combat on its own, outside, I mean, of course, all these things are supposed to be married together to create something that is universal. But on its own, I mean, what is the combat still good? It just doesn't make sense in the terms of the game early on.
What way would you want to switch it?
I think
he's going to need to be able to see the board. So Jordan's going to need to see that.
I think again,
with the TV,
like, if
the
it was
wide,
just the combat, if this
one.
game was just the combat and platforming, I think I'd feel more about it how I feel about Contrast, and we have.
I mean, I guess I can adjust the camera
came out. Games where I'm like, oh wow, this gameplay doesn't really support.
Yeah, we can do that. Don't worry about switching.
Playing through a full experience. Doesn't really, in my mind, in my opinion, doesn't really support the price tag. The story does a lot of the heavy lifting in the first part of the game, and I think the platforming and combat get better in the latter half. But the entire star of the show is definitely the music, the story, the voice acting, like the narrative elements are why you want to play this game.
Get into that, because you had mentioned earlier that like you don't get to see you haven't really seen this sort of representation or this sort of storytelling of this certain sector in games yet, and you mentioned like closer to your dad in that way. Talk to me about it, because we haven't actually kind of got to see this sort of world in a game, and I think that's why when I initially saw the trailer, I was like, "This looks sick," and then I saw the zippy gameplay, and I was like, "I don't know if I care anymore." So I want you to try and convince me.
You should care, Kurt.
I do care. It just
But yeah, no. Like when I was writing this review, I was like, okay, how many games have been set in the American Deep South? I should at least like reference like one or two of them. And the only ones that really came to mind was Resident Evil 7 and Narco. And I was like, I'm sure there's more, but off the top of my head, that's really the only ones.
And Resident Evil 7 really encapsulates the culture of that area.
You know? 100%. Yeah, it's just like heading on down to Louisiana.
Yeah, I know when I went to New Orleans all years ago, I also got trapped in a house and was force-fed guts. I was at one point too. So no, I'm not going there. But there's only like a handful of games you can count on one hand that actually like have attempted to try and be in this area.
Yeah, and this game does a really good job of it. It showcases like the really cool and good parts of the game, like the various rural landscapes, what it's like when that sun just kind of comes over the top of the trees in the bayou. Like, it's a very pretty game, and the way people are talking to each other, like there's this sense of community and love between a lot of the characters. And at the same time, the game doesn't shy away from the very negative aspects of the region. Like, one of the first things that Hazel goes to is an abandoned slave town. And then there's aspects of prohibition in the game, just the disparity between the upper class and lower class. This game is a very big eat the rich message. And then it imbues all these myths and legends that like I know and like I've heard from my grandma and my grandpa, because they're from Louisiana. Like, my dad's from Louisiana, all his brothers and sisters are from. So I grew up like eating grits and catfish and crawfish and gumbo and hearing stories about like Two-Toed Tom and like Shakin' Bones and Huggin' Molly and things like that, and not being able to really talk about those things with other people. And those things are here in the game, and they've taken some creative liberty with some of them. A few I was like, that's not the story that I've heard.
That's not the story grandmother
it
used to tell me.
Close enough.
Grandmother wasn't a track star zipping around with two-toed toad with the you know what I'm talking about.
Two-Toed Tom.
Two-Toed Tom. Honestly, you talking about those characters have been the most compelling. Again, I'm like right back to where I started when I first saw the trailer, where I was like, I want to see this. I want to be in this world. I want to talk to these folk. If I had a skip button, not that I don't mind combat, it just, I don't know, it has to feel cohesive.
Yeah, I understand.
Tell me about the music, though.
The music, the Deep American South has such a good lyric oral tradition. Like, so much songs have to be like very, very vocal, very choral, very sitting around a campfire or sitting in a church singing them together. Music is gospel, and this game recognizes that and has a few levels where it's like, Hazel's about to confront the major spirit that kind of embodies this area, of which there are 4, 5. Don't quote me on this. I'm talking off the cuff. But like in those levels, like the music kind of builds where it like sometimes it's like a few lyrics, sometimes it's a few notes of a few instruments. and then more instruments get added, more lyrics get added, and the song just kind of builds, slowly drowning out the sounds of the bayou or the town or the pig farm or wherever Hazel happens to be, until finally that music, that song is the only thing that you can really hear, and that's usually when Hazel's fighting the boss. And the songs are so good. They're not like, oh, these songs I think are going to wow music critics around the world, but they're like really catchy, and I love them.
Yeah,
like they're just so good.
So you're saying that the final boss fight is that song that's like "Born on a Bayou," that one by Clear Brown Water.
That very specific song, yes, that's exactly what plays during the
Bay Area
final
band.
boss fight.
Yeah,
Creedence Clearwater.
You know, it's I call them Creedence Brownwater, but they're from SF, so I don't know what the hell they're doing making a "Born on a Bayou" song. Well, it's a real missed opportunity for them to really encapsulate Louisiana culture with a San Francisco band. How did they miss that chance? I'm joking. I don't like that band. Going on record, baby. As we were talking, there was another game that I remember that takes place in that area, and I'm not going to suggest you play it because I reviewed it. It was the first review I did for GameSpot. It was Deadly Premonition 2. That's an open world game in New Orleans, Louisiana. If you could get past the frame rate, you might be able to see something you recognize. But that's it. You gave it an 8 out of 10. And to me, it sounds like a really compelling game purely and solely for its lore and characters and music and all that jazz. Maybe I'll even endure the zippy zap, skibbity bop, shoo up bop combat. I got one more.
Add in adjectives.
I got one more question for you though.
Oh, good. What is it? What is it? I'm worried.
Wait, no, hold on, Jake.
You got that smirk. You got that smirk going. I don't know what's about to happen.
What is south of midnight?
What?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right.
This camera, Max.
Now for the next one. Now that means since you reviewed it, you get to put this in the power ranking board. Thank you, my beautiful person, Jake, who brought this in. Can you see the board?
Yes, I can see the board. Yeah, Adam Fall split fiction.
Adam Fall is
what's changed since?
Oh, Adam Fall's at the very top.
Berserker Kazan is over Assassin's Creed Shadows now.
Oh yeah. So first Berserker Shaka Khan is above Assassin's Creed Shadows, which you put above Cabernet for some reason, and now we have Adam Fall above Split Fiction at the very top. So for those of the viewers who are just seeing this, quick thing: this is our nonsensical board of being cool. And these games cannot move. Only games can go above and below them. So, Jordan Ramey, 8 out of 10, South of Midnight. Where does it go? Does it go above Assassin's Creed Shadows? Above first Berserker Kazan? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Or all the way down below Sniper Elite Resistance?
Definitely not. I feel like this is going to be something that a lot of people are down the line are going to look at this and be like, why the hell did Jordan do this? But I'm a narrative slut. I'm a whore for story. So if a game has a really good story, but the gameplay isn't super hot, I will like it more than a game where the gameplay is really good. But the story maybe doesn't quite
spit it out. Come on.
Reach it. I'm going to put it above Assassin's Creed. I have no knowledge of the first Berserker, and I have no idea if South of Midnight's any better.
Bam! Well, that's it. This board continues to grow, and Jordan continues to review games, and now has 2 8 out of 10s and a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Did you review anything else? Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out next time. All right, everybody. Jordan, thank you so much for being here. George, get this out of here.
Always a pleasure.
We're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to have Jake Decker on for a second to talk about a little game called Doom Dark Ages. Yeah, we'll be right back. bop, skibbity bop, shoo wop wop. Welcome back to the GameSpot Show. Such a void of an audience today. There's nobody wants to. There we go. Not that I need it, but it makes me feel better because I don't know. I feed off a clap or two.
It's lonely in here.
I know. I got Jake, and I'm still lonely.
It makes sense.
I didn't say we didn't need a clap for Jake. I feel like Jake got a clap immediately. I'm like, hey, welcome back to the show, and I just get like a wind sound,
like a fart noise.
Yeah, exactly. This is whenever it's just me. And here we are. Jake Decker, you went to a place and you saw a game called Doom: The Dark Ages, right?
I did. It was kind of a while ago now. It was like a month ago at this point.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Well, the preview happened this Monday.
Yes.
This previous Monday. But there's something you say in that video that I kind of want to point out to you.
Oh no.
You open it up right out and you're like, I don't care about Doom lore. And that's what this game really seems like. It seems to be leading into. Is like
Doom lore the game.
Doom lore the game.
To be fair, I didn't see much of the story. I only saw a couple cutscenes.
Yeah, but how much lore do you know from the other games? Tell me something.
None.
Basically,
Anything.
You know something.
Something. I know that they fracked Mars, and that's why they accidentally opened a portal to hell in Doom 2016, and then that's kind of the thing that set off the
Learn a lesson,
event.
frackers. Get fracked and you go to hell. I was doing some research on Reddit, a machine that has lots of information you should trust. And somebody on Reddit, I Googled Doom lore. And, and the top thing in my Google search was Doom guys BJ Blazkowicz.
Oh, okay.
From Wolfenstein.
Well, it's like an ancestor, right? It's not actually BJ Blazkowicz, or is it supposed to be BJ Blazkowicz?
Couldn't tell you. Don't care. I'd rather just play as BJ Blazkowicz than... I still like Doom. I love Doom, but I don't play Doom for its lore. But you know what? I do think you have to suffer for your sins.
Okay.
Everyone out there is very upset with you because they love Doom lore.
I didn't look at the comments.
Yeah, and because of that, you should go to hell.
Okay. Yes!
Yeah. That's right.
I got the red light.
That's right. You're in hell, you son of a bitch, for all your sins and your non-Doom lore caring. And because you're in hell, I'm gonna subject you to
trivia. Because that is hell.
Yeah.
A hell of my own making.
Yeah. All right, buddy. How many Doom movies are there?
One, with The Rock.
You're wrong.
Two.
There's two.
Okay.
When did the Rock one come out?
2005.
Oh yeah, because you saw my card earlier, you son of a bitch.
No, because I've seen it.
No, you cheated.
Carl Urban. Vin Diesel.
Urban. Yeah, Vin Diesel's not in it.
Yeah, he is.
Is Vin Diesel in the Doom 2005 movie? Is that true?
I don't know. I'm just saying shit. The Rock is in it.
What was that?
I have no idea.
Well, I think you lied. They came out with another one. Do you know what it's called?
Doom 2?
Doom Annihilation, which I'm pretty sure was like an unofficial Doom film. I'm not sure.
Yeah, is that part of the lore? Is that part of the official lore?
Yeah, Doom. Yeah, Carl Urban went in the first person mode in the first Doom film, and then that's when Doom 2016 starts. Yeah. It's just that movie ends and you start that game. When was the release date of the original Doom game?
The day?
Yeah, day and year.
It was like 94, wasn't it?
You're wrong.
97?
You're wrong. That's like past.
There's no way I can get the
December 10th, 1993. You deserve to rot in hell. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, lucky for you, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna make Jake talk anymore about.
Well, wait, hold on. I have trivia for you.
Oh, this is changed pace. I'm the.
Yeah, I've got trivia for you.
Okay.
What's Doom Guy's rabbit's name?
Rabbit's name.
Yeah.
Doom Rabbit.
You don't know?
There's no fucking Doom Rabbit.
Yeah, Daisy. Come on.
There's no Doom Rabbit.
Yeah, there is. In Doom 2, he's got a rabbit.
Oh, is that true? Why do you know that?
Because I was Googling Doom trivia, because I figured you'd ask me Doom questions, and I don't know.
I never asked you about
that may not be true. I saw it on Reddit. Someone could have just made that shit up.
I played Doom 2.
Yeah, and his rabbit dies. Maybe it doesn't happen in-game.
You can't trick the trickster.
Look this is what Reddit told me.
I'm okay, yeah, just along with BJ Blazkowicz. I'm done talking to you. All right, folks, stick around because we're gonna actually roll Jake's preview video. We got that ready, right? I hope so.
Give me a minute.
Okay, so, well, you did do a preview, and we're gonna play that entire thing, so I don't have to have you reverb, like regurgitate.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Did. But is Daisy in Doom Dark Ages? Then who cares?
Well, I don't know. I haven't played all of it.
All right, well, you enjoy what you played, though.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
What's your favorite part?
I mean, there's some cool weapons. I think it's called the chain shot, where you just fire a cannonball attached to a chain.
It has ammunition.
It has ammo, which doesn't make sense to me, but I'm sure there's a reason.
The lore, the Doom lore.
Yeah.
That you're gonna really invest yourself into.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna make sure.
While they're doing that, I'm still waiting for this Doom video. Yeah, because we were so prepared. Give me a minute. All right. Yeah, see, we're in hell.
Why don't you
According to
recite
fandom.
Doom lines?
Daisy is Doom Guy's pet rabbit, according to fandom. Do we know that company?
I wouldn't trust them, but
oh yeah, it's true. Daisy is Doom Guy's pet rabbit. Episode 3 Inferno. Shows that I know. I read the book when I was a kid, the Doom book. Knee deep in blood.
Doom lore.
In Doom, yeah, Doom lore. You got to talk to the developers, Hugo and Marty.
Yep.
Did they smell nice?
I was kind of far from them.
How far?
Well, there was a shield in between us. Like
Wait, really?
The shield saw, yeah.
Like the Doom shield?
Yeah, they put it between us. Not like a shield.
Were they planning on attacking you with it?
Maybe. I don't know. They could have, if I asked a bad question.
Where do you think Doom goes from here?
I was gonna say heaven, but it's already been there.
It has been the heaven.
Medieval. I don't know. Back to Doom 3, survival horror.
Flashlight.
You
have to put your gun away.
We have it.
Have it. Oh my God! This just in. We have very important information that Jake Decker previewed Doom: The Dark Ages, and we're about to watch that video here. That brings the GameSpot show to a close. It was a real smooth, informative episode, but nothing's going to be more as informative as Jake's video all about the lore of Doom coming up right now. See you later, folks. Stay tuned. Watch that. Goodbye.
I just played 3 hours of Doom: The Dark Ages, so let's rip and tear through what I saw.
That was a little cheesy.
That was a little cheesy.
All right.
We'll go with the first one. So first up, the thing that everyone probably cares most about with Doom is its story. It's there. There's more of it. There's cutscenes, there's characters, there's stuff going on. I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't. There's more lore, which is cool, and I'm sure people who are fans are gonna be stoked, but like, I'm not there for the story. I talked to Hugo Marty Stratton. They referenced a lot of action movies. They said they were trying to create a pace to the story that pulls the player through the game.
Roadhouse was actually a big source of inspiration, as were all of the great 80s, 90s action films. We really just focused and did a deep dive on the action genre, to make sure that like the pace of the game, the scale, like the narrative, it really properly supports, the gameplay.
I only saw, 3 or 4 cutscenes probably, so I really don't know what's happening in the story other than that the Doom guy shows up on this medieval realm, this medieval themed realm, and he's ready to kill demons. That's about as much story as I need for a Doom, but given the cutscenes and how elaborate they were, it seems like they're trying to build more story here. There's proper villains, there's different characters, there's different parts of the world that are being shown. But the thing that I want to talk about, and the thing that probably a lot of people want to hear about, is the combat. When this game was announced, a big tagline for it was "Stand and Fight." That sounds cool. That sounds badass, you're scoring up against a demon. However, I think I went in with a little bit of caution, I would say, because I think one of the reasons why Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, and honestly like old Doom games, the reason why they're so much fun is because of that movement, because of that, like, it almost feels like you're on ice, you're like sliding around the map.
What about Doom 3?
Well, Doom 3 is a different story. That's, survival horror-ish, right?
Yeah. And, flashlight
Bring it back to when it was first released, when you gotta put your gun away.
Yeah.
Flashlight.
Maybe the next Doom will be that. Will be a spiritual successor to Doom 3. With Doom: The Dark Ages, it is still very fast-paced. You're still moving around the battlefield quickly. It's not a cover shooter, obviously. You are still moving constantly. You're dodging bullets. That sort of bullet hell feel that you see in later areas of Doom Eternal and Doom 2016 is still there. Lots of movement. However, there are certain enemies that you can more efficiently kill if you like square them down. You look them down, you walk up to them, and you just start using your shield to deflect attacks and then follow up with melee attacks.
What do you say to them when you're like, if you're staring down the barrel of a bad guy?
I say, I'm gonna rip and tear your nuts. But when you challenge these demons, there's still like stuff going on around you. However, this is when your shield comes into play. There is parrying mechanics. There's a blocking mechanic, which, to be fair, I rarely blocked. It's kind of weird. Like, it slows you down. It seems a little inefficient in a Doom, but there are certain instances, mostly like environmental instances, where I would hold the shield up to block. But when you're fighting these demons that require you to kind of get up front and deflect attacks, there's a good back and forth there, because unlike the chainsaw, which had gas that you had to collect in order to chainsaw these demons, you only get 3 charges of your melee attacks, or your melee weapon. So whether using the flail or the power gauntlet, you only have like 3 powerful attacks with that, and then you default to just like a standard melee attack. However, if you perfectly time a parry, then you get a charge back. So the idea here is you fight one of these melee demons, you square up with it, you deflect, you return, you deflect, you return. And that's sort of the loop for these demons. But at least based on what I played, this doesn't happen very often. It's kind of like other Doom games where you'd see a specific demon, you'd use a specific weapon on that because you know that would kill that demon easily or more easily. With this, I kind of got the same vibe, where it's like you see a tyrant, you walk up to that tyrant, and then you fight it that way. When it's dead, and then you're zipping around the battlefield again. The shield does have other uses, though. It's not just for combat, it's also kind of for traversal. You can use it for puzzles, but I think my favorite use of it is the shield dash, which you can kind of lock onto an enemy and attack, and you zip through the battlefield, and then you can attack a demon in front of you. It feels like Doom: The Dark Ages meat hook in a way, except it's easier to use because it's not attached to one weapon. You always have your shield with you. And you're not really fighting against inertia here. So when you see a demon you want to attack, you lock on, you zip over to him, and then you start fighting him. There's no, I don't know, Spider-Man web slinging sort of effect where you like hook onto something and then you kind of like swing around. It is very direct. It's also less vertical too. So you can target a demon above you and you can dash up to him, but you can't like target a demon straight up and swing up there or anything. So I guess with the shield saw in the mix, Doom: The Dark Ages might feel a little different at first. There's new mechanics you kind of have to wrap your head around. There's different strategies that you'll need to follow. But at the end of the day, it still feels like a Doom game. It's fast, it's gory, the weapons, like most of your combat is going to be with your firearms. And there are a ton of pretty dope firearms. They've really leaned into the medieval Gothic aesthetic here. One of the weapons I used a lot was the Skull Crusher, which grinds up skulls and then fires out skull bits on a horizontal plane. Super good for close range. It doesn't quite feel like a shotgun. It's something different. It's fully automatic, but I found that fairly useful. There's also a weapon that I don't think they've showed off that I got to test out in this preview, and that was the chain shot. Essentially, this thing has a cannonball attached to a chain, and it fires it out and retracts after you hit an enemy. But basically, this thing just knocks down demons at close range. It's pretty cool, feels good. It's got some good sound effects, some good like bone crunching with each hit. The one weird thing though is that it still has ammo, which is weird because you'd think it wouldn't need it, but I guess, you know, game balance, you can't just be using that the entire time. And
I'm sure that the Doom lore,
there's some reason.
Really
yeah,
lore.
It probably explains it in a cutscene that I'm gonna skip when it comes out. The final level I played in the demo was something called Siege, and here there was, I think, 3 or 4 objectives that I could complete in any order. It was a giant battlefield
that I was sort of able to explore. It kind of reminded me of like Gears 5. You know how Gears 5 added open areas? Like you still play through your linear Gears of War levels, and then all of a sudden you get to an open area. That's kind of how it felt. Maybe not that big. There's no vehicles, at least based on what I played. There's no vehicles in those sections that you're going through. But these areas were kind of cool because they offered a more freeform approach to combat. I would see a group of enemies really far away and be like, I'm gonna go mess them up. And then I'd head over there and I'd try out different weapons, die, reload, try out different weapons. And there was some cool like objectives and mechanics within there that seemed optional, but it seemed like doing them was usually worth your time, whether that be collectibles, weapon upgrades, Doom stuff. And lastly, for the first time in the modern Doom series, they have added some vehicles, the Atlan, which is a giant mech, and a dragon you can ride. Both of these vehicles, for lack of a better term, they rely heavily on a dodge mechanic. So essentially when you see a green attack heading towards the Atlan or the dragon, you dodge. If you dodge at the right time, time slows and you can do a counter attack. I thought the Atlan felt really good. I'm not a big mech guy. I don't really like piloting mechs in games, but the Atlan felt big and chunky and all of its attacks had a lot of weight. And you know, there's something cool about squaring up against some demons that were like final bosses in older Doom games, and you're just kind of punching them so hard that like flesh and bone is flying off, and it looks cool, it feels good. It's very simple in a way that I think is good because it felt like a nice change of pace. That said, there's also the dragon stuff, and it works in a similar way. You're trying to dodge green attacks, you're countering, but it's also, you know, 3-axis. You're moving across the X, the Y, and the Z axis. And that felt a little weird to me. It felt a little too floaty. You'd be flying really fast through a tunnel and all of a sudden you'd see an enemy, you lock on and then you'd stop. And then you'd have this sort of limited range of motion while you dealt with that enemy. And it felt a little strange. According to the developers, that's one of the things that they're still fine-tuning before launch. And they still have, you know, about a month and a half, 2 months before that game comes out. So maybe that's something that can get worked out in the next couple weeks. But based on what I played, I think the weakest link of everything I saw was probably the dragon combat. Now that said, the level I did get to do on the back of the dragon was pretty cool because you basically flew over a giant city and there were 4 helicarriers that you had to destroy. But in order to destroy them, you had to board them. So basically you had to disable all the guns and then you could land on it and then you destroy it from the inside, like in Star Wars Battlefront 2. If anyone gets that, you know, the space battles, that's what I'm talking about. The space battles where you'd fly inside and destroy it from the inside. Kind of felt like that. But the level design was a bit more winding than that. So a lot of times you'd blow up the helicarrier and then you jump off that and you'd be in the city for a bit and you'd be shooting and killing demons. And then every single time it would end with you jumping off a cliff and then your dragon would come and pick you up. It was epic, it was grand, and I think that's kind of one of the things that Hugo Martin and Marty Stratton kind of wanted to impart upon the people playing it, was that given the fantasy setting, they really wanted to lean into that in a way that they felt you kind of need to when you're doing fantasy, right? You think of fantasy, you think of Lord of the Rings, you think of The Witcher, I don't know, other fantasy stuff.
You don't know any fantasy things, do you?
I know, that's the only thing I can think of.
When you think of fantasy, you think of
2 things.
2 things.
Lord of the Rings and The Witcher.
And now Doom.
And now Doom.
When you think fantasy, you think Lord of the Rings, you think huge. You know, I think there's a grandness to fantasy and epicness that people expect. So it was important. It was fun, actually, putting that in Doom.
But I kind of get it. Like, it feels grand, it feels epic, and that is kind of one thing that both the Atlan and the dragon riding kind of add to it. Like, you're getting huge vistas of this giant world, and in that regard, it seems cool. And I think, while I'm not super excited for the story, I am excited to see how they use that setting in cool ways. And of course, I'm excited to kill demons.
Does Doom guy have sex in this one?
Yes. Every cutscene he has sex.
Great. That's a wrap.
Yeah, Kirk, I think, like, you know, at least from where I'm standing, I know that, like, everyone really appreciates your work, your vision.
Right, like, I don't think there's anyone else here that can touch the kind of like unique sort of voice that you have, and it's definitely special for sure.
I'm always wondering, like, what happens if you change everything about your sort of look and style?
Get a haircut, shave
the mustache, take off the denim jacket, and just, go to Nordstrom. Go to the rack and see what fits. If you can. I know you have, like, a strange kind of body shape. I'm not supposed to say that, but...
On the next Games of Our Lives.
He's back.
Hi, Emma.
I don't think what happened to Emma was an accident.
Why don't you reveal who you really are?
You're right. They've been cloning Ben Starr.
Mute. Hello, everyone. We should be live. Making sure that my mic is coming through. Yes, good. And I see myself on stream. If people in the chat could let me know if you can hear me, let me boost also. Can you hear the game audio as well? Tom is back in pog form. That's right, Tom. Oh, it's so good to see you all. It's been too long. And it's such a great day. Not only are we coming off the high of the Switch 2 news, it was a good trip. Other moments, it's been a bad trip. But we are here because we're rolling right into Warzone, baby. Very exciting stuff. Verdansk, it's back in pog form, to reference Tomp over there. Can you believe it? Good to... Mike always comes through. I love that. Can hear you and the game always be clothing. Thank you so much. It's so good to be here with you today. I'm so glad to be streaming this. It was the perfect... I actually thought this was coming out yesterday. I was very confused on when the release was. I think Season 3 started yesterday, but Verdansk was getting added today. But with the Switch 2 reveal and all of that, yesterday was too busy. Today was honestly busy too. But here we are. And it just launched it. Everything synced up perfectly. Yes. So, we are here with Verdansk. It is back in Warzone 2. Much like many people during the pandemic, I was playing Warzone OG night and day. Have such fun memories. Honestly, got me through a lot of the pandemic, and now it's here. And I haven't played Warzone in a while. The last time I played Call of Duty was like at the launch of Black Ops 6. I played a ton of, like, I would say the first half of that first season, maybe even like 3/4, kind of tailed off toward the end because I got super into Fortnite, and I'm still on the Fortnite train. But I have to come back for Verdansk. So here we go. This is running on the Switch 3, actually, Slime McCawson. This is we've got that future hardware. and which will cost $1,000. Oh, sorry, I think my Elgato is kind of cutting in and out because I have variable refresh rate turned on. Oh no, it seems to be kind of fixed itself. Whew, Verdansk, ladies and gents. I am gonna turn off the VRR just so we can have some smooth gameplay. I don't particularly care right now about the refresh. I think I can have my refresh at 120. Maybe I have to leave it at 60. I can leave it at 60 if need be. We don't need more. We'll still get some wins in. Just double check. Oh, variable. Here we go. Variable refresh rate off. 9. Okay, and let me move back to 120 frame hertz because I would like the additional refresh rate if it doesn't cause any problems. 1 second. That's just Call of Duty like loading back up. Okay, everything is looking better. Okay, Battle Royale casual. Oh, players and bots. Got it. I'm not fucking around. We're not bots. Verdansk, can you believe it? Oh my god, I know this map like the back of my hand, which is funny because they actually did a study recently about knowing the back of your hand, and it turns out very few people know the back of their hand. It turns out it's actually very hard to pick out the back of your hand in a lineup, so there you go. Hell yeah. So let me know in the chat. I mean, let me know if you are playing, if you're jumping back into Warzone with this Verdansk update, or if you're it's not enough to get you back. And then also, I'm still got a little Switch 2 high going. All right, so if we want to keep that going, let me know in chat. What do you think? Just top level thoughts about that. You can go to obviously we have a full impressions video on GameSpot YouTube that you can go check out. Some of that is broken out into some social videos on our various platforms, so Instagram, you know, TikTok, all of that shit. So you can kind of like see obviously snippets of that impressions. Would love for you to go check that out. For some reason the website chat isn't loading. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're back. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where are we dropping? I always love dropping in the prison. Oh man, airport. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting. But yeah, top level thoughts. Switch 2. I'm impressed by the hardware. I'm more impressed by the hardware than I thought I'd be. The fact that we got a 120 hertz refresh rate. Sick. Oh wow. Feelings coming back.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Doesn't bode well, does it? Yeah, so impressed with the hardware. I think that they're gonna get some mileage out of this.
All stations, green light.
But in terms of all the negative news around it, it's certainly disappointing. I think they're just bracing for things to be more expensive, so kind of get it out the way now that this stuff is going to cost more, rather than promise that they can sell it at such and such a price, and then you know, increase the price months later. You know, with the world economy, them playing chicken with the world economy right now. Look at this beauty. Where do we want to go? I like starting a little on the outside. You know what? You know what I think is a safe bet for my first match? I'm going to land at the port. Game is a bit loud. Got it. I got you. Oh, you know why the game is a bit loud? It's because it's doubled up.
Primary objective is to eliminate all targets.
Let me know if that improved it. I had it coming in. And then it was also monitoring as well. So do we have all of the... Okay, so we have the dives. Yeah, okay, so we've got all the modern touches. I don't need these like tutorials. I don't need a tutorial, although maybe I do, because I am not getting up this wall. Thank you, Climax. Thanks for the information. All right, let's get to, you know what? Yeah, let's get to port. I kind of like port. It always feels like, I mean, there's so much cover in there as well. And I like being on the edge of the circle. I like playing carefully, because we're playing for wins, okay? We're playing for a flawless victory. Something that I have not been familiar with Warzone for a long time. What do you think of Tanuki/Japanese raccoon dogs? I mean, they're very cool. And I do enjoy all of the pet stuff in Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's really fun. I bought a macaque from someone in Assassin's Creed Shadows, and when I learned I could buy pets, I was like, okay, well, I need to collect them all. Like Pokemon, you know? Man, AC Shadows, what a game. What, like, the more I play it, the more I'm like, I think this is almost certainly a top 3 Assassin's Creed for me, and it might even overtake Assassin's Creed 2 for my second place spot. I don't think anything is ever going to top Black Flag. I think that is an incredible video game and one of my favorite gaming experiences. That's okay, synth-minded. If you're obsessed with Tanuki, like, that's, you know, it's better than you being obsessed with heroin, you know, or prostitutes, you know. You know, we all have our vices, and Tanuki is not a bad one to have. Right. I was thinking about, and that is the other thing about the Switch price. I haven't picked up a single freaking weapon. I should do that. I am just like completely like getting my sea legs in this game again. Which is to say, struggle bus for sure. It was the very, yeah, okay, oh, well, if people don't know, yes, Verdansk is the very first Warzone map. This is the one that kicked it all off. It is, from what I understand, no one, like, every subsequent map has not lived up to what people have, expectation-wise, of Verdansk. I also think there's a lot of complicated feelings in the sense that it came out at the top of the pandemic, right? This game launched like a week after we all went into lockdown in the States. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. Yeah, it took a while to get a gun, but we've got one. We've got one. But yeah, so that's the history. They took it out. I think they took it. No, when Black Ops Cold War came out, they updated it and they made it like 1980s. So it was still Verdansk, but the map was altered for the time period.
An enemy squad is hunting.
And then after that would have been Modern Warfare 2, and I think Modern Warfare 2 is when they, right? 2020 was Black Ops Cold War. Oh, 21 was the World War II game. Vanguard. I think with Vanguard, they changed it. Oh, shit. Yeah, and so Verdansk has been gone for years at this point. Oh, frick. Oh, and I got a shield up. Really getting my sea legs now. Synth-minded, more like Tanuki-minded, am I right? What do we got here? Yeah, like all the guns, like, I just don't... I probably should have had a couple of matches before. This is literally my first time playing Call of Duty in months, let alone Warzone. So it's, you know, we're getting back into it, ladies and gents. Oh, and all my buttons, like all of my I'm pressing X to crowd. Oh, fuck! Damn. Okay, well, I'll show you the gulag, I guess.
Welcome to the gulag.
Welcome to the gulag.
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
Okay, I'm gonna focus up here. First match that was. Oh, the grubs. Oh, the Kongs, the Bedanzas, the Kongverts have arrived. Oh, disappointing start. Okay, that was just a warm up. Again, sea legs, right? God, I could go for a cigarette. Okay, so that was embarrassing. Are we squatting up? I think so. We must be. Okay, maybe we weren't. No, you can't give me a survey asking how much fun I had after literally 3 minutes of shitting the bed. Oh, man alive. Yeah, so yeah, it's been a couple of years since we've jumped into Verdansk. I think they've had yeah, because the Pacific, it was Warzone Pacific with Vanguard, Modern Warfare 2, then changed the map again. I think that the map I think the main map in Warzone has been the same since Modern Warfare 2. Let's have a look. Let's find out while we wait for this to load. Warzone maps. Okay, here we go. Or maybe they've had alternating ones. Call of Duty. Caldera was the Verdansk, or was the Vanguard one. Fortune's Keep, Rebirth Island, they're the small ones. It hasn't been. The Call of Duty fandom wiki hasn't been updated in a while because it's missing a lot of maps. Area 99 is small. Urzikstan, December 2023, which would have been Modern Warfare 3. So it's been the same map for almost 2 years at this point. Al Mazrah. Oh, yes. Al Mazrah was the Modern Warfare 2 map. Got it. So there was Al Mazrah for Modern Warfare 2. Then Modern Warfare 3, there was Urzikstan. And that stayed through Black Ops 6's launch. And now it's back to Verdansk. Oh my god, that emote of Lucy is horrifying. That woman can make some of the most unbelievable faces I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, she said that is the catchphrase that is paired with such a face. The number of screenshots I have from, so if people don't know, I was the producer and editor on Spot On, and the amount of screenshots I have of Lucy from just randomly pausing the timeline in Premiere, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to make a little screen cap of this, is hilarious, to say the least. Okay, we're gonna start. We're gonna go to the dam, okay, and then we're just gonna make our way down. So we're going to start here, then we're going to go to airport and down here. This is an interesting circle. I also have to like unlearn some Fortnite habits as well. That's also like screwing me up.
Hunt down the enemy. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Look, I would never in my life, as a video editor, I would never edit from an SD card. I would just never do it. Not that you can't, and it obviously depends on the kind of footage. Like, your read and write speed is really what matters, right? So as long as that's good, but I would never, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly what Sean said. I wouldn't mess with it. It would probably be fine. I mean, if the Nintendo Switch 2 included some kind of like basic gameplay editor for the system, you'd be fine. But the kind of editing I'm doing, I would never edit off an SD card. Exactly. All right, we're gonna get a kill this game. I do promise that, okay? People get real work done on the Steam Deck, Jeff. There was one time I went to PAX, and someone, it was probably actually PAX last year, because I don't think I went the year before. I was in the press room doing some editing on my laptop, and I look over, and there is a guy sitting there like a press person sitting there, and their computer, that granted they weren't doing anything. Oh!
Target down.
To be fair, I don't know what I was meant to do with that. But he was sitting down at the desk with a full, he'd packed a full keyboard mouse, right? Not a portable keyboard. This was like a chunky keyboard, and was working craned in at his Steam Deck. Like looking at websites and reading text on his Steam Deck that was just like sitting in a stand. And I certainly wouldn't work that way either. I was so close to getting that. Ah! Oh, we are really screwed here, ladies and gents. So when I said I promised to kill this game, what I meant was have killer time, you know? Oh no, I don't want to. Why is spectate the default? Why would I want to do that? I mean, I guess if I'm dead and my teammates were still around, but that was weird. All right, look, here's what I always say. Third time's the charm. Yeah, I mean, look, you could stick well, the SD cards stick out of the laptop, and that's always a thing I'm very like, I don't like. I would never pack a an SD card, you know, pack with the SD card still in my MacBook Pro. That seems destined for snapping in half. But you know, you could, in theory, put an SD card in there and just have it for like longer term storage, just using it for like files that you're not using and offloading. But honestly, I still wouldn't do that either. Yeah, SD cards are, yeah. They have their time and their place. But, you know, when you look at one, you're like, how does a terabyte fit on this? Surely there's some trade-offs. There are. That's why I just have my litany of solid-state drives that I'm constantly surrounded by. Don't even get me started on all the hard drives I have packed at my parents' house. Yeah, that is crazy. I remember, like, when they first started announcing even SD cards that would support a terabyte. And then all of a sudden, it's like micro SD supporting 2 terabyte, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. I don't know anything about these new EX cards, though, that are on that the Switch. I've always just known like XC, and then those have different read-write speeds. You have to make sure you have one that's like fast enough. So I don't know if these are as a new SD format. The SD Express cards are a bit faster than a SATA SSD, but significantly slower than NVMe. So they're like almost perfectly built for something like the Switch 2 then. And I imagine if you have a lot of games that are heavily reliant on like DLSS, it works a lot better rather than like full native resolution, full textures and stuff like that. Interesting. Are they expensive? Someone let me in the chat, because I haven't even looked into the cost of them. Like, how much more expensive are these things than a regular micro SD card? Because all the SD cards I own, I don't think will work on the Switch 2, disappointingly. $60 for a 256 gigabyte card? Oh no! Oh man, that sucks. That is. I feel like I just got punched in the nuts. Like I'm struggling to breathe right now. Oh, that's not good. That's not fun. Climax asks, what's the most you'd be willing to pay for a AAA game? With prices going up, I'm curious what everyone's limit will be. It depends on the game. I'm certainly thinking about game purchases more. I'm a difficult person to ask. Anyone that's in the industry is a difficult person to ask simply because my time is honestly more of a resource than money. Because we get a lot of the games that I want to play, like I get codes for. That being said, I'm finding myself more and more not buying any game where it is like I'm not getting a code or I want to like, unless it's something that I've been really waiting for, I do not pull the trigger on. Especially because games nowadays, so many of them, you buy them at the jump and it's the worst version of the game. Like Star Wars Outlaws 3 months later after it launched, after they charged people $100 for the early access, they'll in 3 months they literally are marketing it to where it's like, hey, the game like is good to play, it's fun to play now. As opposed to, you know, at launch. So when it's heavily discounted, on sale, all of this, that's actually the time to jump in. Something like Stalker 2, a game that I know people love, but say like, hey, this is a game that over time is going to get better. That AI system is going to work better. You know, I'm like, okay, I'll wait. I've got plenty of other games to play right now. I will wait until, you know, Steam has a sale in a couple of years, once they've done all of the major updates and it is like the holy shit, this is incredible version. I'll wait. So I think it's a bunch of factors. I do think once you start nearing the triple digits, you're hitting the limit. But for example, a game like GTA 6, don't let Take-Two know this. I will pay whatever it costs when it launches. You know what I mean? As most people will. Zelnox says Switch 2 battery sounds bad. It sounds like it's slightly slower than the Switch 1 battery, which, oh, don't even do this to me, dude. Don't even do this to me. Okay, we survived it. We know that someone's taking shots. All right, I'm gonna focus up here, okay? Focusing up. Fuck.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Shit. Oh, pissing hell. I am so fucked. No! No! We were doing so well with the pistol! Oh, no!
Welcome to the Gulag. Fight to win redeployment.
Yeah, I literally have a friend who I was like, hey, I just need you to text me when it's time to buy Stalker 2. Like, when is this game actually what people, you know, want from it? So I have like a personal like reminder, like my friend is just gonna text me, but like it's time.
Time for a fight.
But yeah, back to the Switch 2 battery.
Stand by.
It sounds like the first Switch battery. Obviously seems slightly worse by a half hour on the low end. Look, I have this Anchor. Oh yeah, we did a lot of that in the beginning when Warzone first came out. All right, focus up. We're gonna get out of this gulag alive. And instead of being cautious, I am just gonna.
You gave it a solid try. Time to head back.
4 times the charm, as I always say. Oh, don't come with the defeat like animation. That just really puts it home even more. Personally, yeah, I've got a big battery pack that I can carry for when I you know, need trips and stuff, but I don't remember ever really And I was doing a lot more like I'm out of the house, away from an outlet every day, back when the first Switch launched. Like the first Switch launched right after I got my first job here in New York. So I was taking hour-and-a-half trains to and from work every day at the time. And I would play, and I was just absorbed by Breath of the Wild. And I don't remember ever running out of power. And I wonder if that's something that can be optimized over time. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if, because this is using things like DLSS, I wonder if the battery optimization can be improved over time. And then eventually we'll get, you know, an updated version, and there'll be an OLED Switch 2, and that'll have better battery. Yeah, Middle Eastern Jesus is regular Jesus for all the white people out there, just so you know. Millpool, maybe turn on bots. Millpool, can someone time him out? I don't know if that's a thing on site, but can we time Millpool out, please? Whoever's listening. I'm just joking. I'm not turning bots on. I refuse. I'm a real gamer, ladies and gents. I don't know if you know this about me. I know I haven't been around as long as some of your faves. I know I'm not on stream as much. But unlike some of these jabronis I work with, I am a capital fucking G gamer. Okay? And if I don't have to turn on bots, or have them on by default like in Fortnite, and I feel amazing every time I get a victory royale, but it's mainly because everyone in that game is not real, even the real people aren't real, I will not turn on bots, okay?
Use this time for some target practice.
That guy at least fucks. Thank you. At least someone's picking up on my vibes. Isn't that right, babe?
Enemies dropping into the AO.
I love that. Every time I think of Jesus, I think of that Ewan McGregor Obi-Wan story where the guy put a picture of Obi-Wan up on his mantle from Attack of the Clones, and his mother thought it was Jesus.
Deployment to Warzone is authorized.
Alright. Fourth. Time's the charm. The boneyard is ready.
Moving here.
It's a little Spider-Man 1 joke for all those old heads out there.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale. You gonna get your Battle Royale. Get in there. You gotta fight everyone in this goddamn fighting tin. You gonna take your game, you gonna fight share with a fucking face, ah.
Eliminate all targets in the AO.
Alright, loading up on armor, grabbing pistols that I will never use until I find something better. Oh, there's a supply thing. God, I was so good at this game. What happened? I turned 33. That's what happened. I turned fucking 33, man. It's just gonna go downhill from here. Everyone's worried about their hands. Everyone I'm watching on stream, like Andy Cortez, are kind of funny. He's like, everyone's starting to get me worried about hands. He got me worried about my hairline. Because he was like, oh, my hair, it's falling out. I'm like, your hair looks amazing, dude. What are you talking about? So for a long time, I was panicking about that. And then he starts talking about his wrists. And I'm like thinking about, like, what if someone chops my hand off and I can't play video games anymore? And I know that there's alternatives to it, but that would suck.
One supply box down. 2 remain.
I'm also gonna say something controversial here for all you Call of Duty members in chat. Maybe it's not a hot take. Maybe this is the coldest take on the planet. Light machine guns can go fuck themselves. Pure and simple. The reload times on these things, they are built for people who don't have game. They don't have skill. No riz. You know? My hands are fine, but my hairline is fucked. What a thing to say. Positive. Hands are doing fine. Negative. I'm losing my head.
One supply box remaining.
Don't even
Move
know.
to
Okay.
secure.
Well, I guess this is a better. Alright, we're gonna get this final supply box. I'm gonna focus up. LMGs are fine. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. I love reloading a gun for 30 years. No, the reason I hate LMGs is I'm just one of those people who chronically, like, reloads after every... after every shot. Okay, scavenger complete.
Contract complete. All supply boxes secured.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. All right, we got a little bit of juice, shall we say. I got to remember that B is crouch. I've been playing too much Assassin's Creed, which has crouch on X, which is what one might refer to as mental if you were living in England. Oh, baby, we're back. Oh, we're back. We're so fucking back. Baby, I'm back. That's the song, right? Oh, shit.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Where are you? Just for fun.
Enemy down.
Oh, it's good to be back. Oh, and there's someone back over here as well. You know what would actually maybe be a good idea? Oh. Yep, there is a ladder on this side. Get up here, you son of a gun. Alright, let's get up here. Just have a little lie down for a second. And then we'll do this. Ascend. Okay. Okay. Did I see someone over here? Why does everything... Why did all the textures look like dog shit through this? Oh. Oh, okay, let's park drone and exit, and maybe we can snipe this guy. Oh, wait, what? Do I not get my drone back? Oh, well. There we go. Are you calling 10th? Are you saying I'm going to end in 10th place? Is that what's going on there? Oh, so you were playing. What level cleric is Jesus? Gotcha. Gotcha. But maybe I will also end in 10th. We shall see. All right, this is... People are not around me because people are starting to die very quickly. Did they reduce the number count? How many people... What is it, 150? It used to be 200. Man, just endless hours in these towers, just sniping guys. And gals. And non-binary people.
You've got a loadout.
Oh yeah,
inbound.
we're going for it. We're going for it.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Please, just let me get my sweet, sweet loadout. I don't even know what my loadout is, but I know it's better than what I got. Oh, yeah, I was messing... Oh, I was screwing people up with this bad boy when I left Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Oh, look how fast I am. Look how freaking fast I am, dude. Are you kidding me? It really does feel like yesterday too. You know what I mean? Like it really, really does feel like I was just playing this yesterday. Yeah, I'm trying to unlearn a bunch of Fortnite habits. Oh, there's someone over there.
Moving here.
Cancel that.
Gas is closing in.
Trying to slide with the right thumbstick like an idiot. I don't even know what time it is. That would probably be good to know. Oh, I've only got 20 minutes left. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Damn, that went by fast. Time flies when you're having fun in Verdansk. Is that right? All right, well, we got to make this one a dub then. You know, that's just... Oh, I've cursed myself now. I'm going to crank... No. Okay. Oh, yeah, this fake IKEA. I want to shop here. I want to get my Flufen. My Schlage. Don't crank on stream. Learned that the hard way one time, you know? Having a wank. Why did I pick that up?
Supply box is marked. Secure those locations.
Oh man, this was a showdown area if I'd ever seen it, you know what I mean? They really did just knock it out of the park with this map. It's about the right size. It's got these key areas, like it's just real freaking good. I don't want to go down there. I also have enough money. Oh. Did I see someone? No? Trick of the light? Okay. You see what you want to see in Warzone is the lesson I always learn. More often than not, you think you saw something. Alright. There is a buy station here
Marking buy station.
that I should go spend this dough at. No. No, no, no. No! 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 Why? Why? Oh. Literally, as climax messages, this is the best run so far. I can smell the dub. Literally as I'm reading that. Alright, we crashed. We had a fucking crash. In the way that Call of Duty just likes to in the fucking ass. I just got bejanzed. Oh, rejoin match. Oh, please tell me I'm still alive. Cross everything that you have. What's gonna happen? I don't know what's gonna happen here. Holy shit! Oh my god! No effing way! What? I did not think that we had the technology. I did not think we had the technology, folks. Well, the pressure is on. Let me say that. I hate, this is my least favorite place in all of the game, but I will take it. All right, we're down to 24 players. Let's get a UAV. That'd be good to have. Self-revive, done. Done and done. Easy peasy.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Yeah. Like, I was just standing out in the middle of, like, the circle was closing in. Like, the fact that I pulled that off. Oh! Let's go. Oh, how unfortunate for him. I'm sorry to that man. Apologies to this man. I'm so averse to pressing the B button in a battle royale game because I play Fortnite and I play zero build. So I have been trained. The capital fucking G, that's right, Cospot. That's right, capital G gamer. Okay, all right. Let's take stock. Let's take stock. That's not what I meant. Close the door. Oh, is this not a closable door? These aren't closable doors. Where's the best place to like chill out here for just a second? Definitely not the one with 2 windows. This corner. Oh, this corner. This corner for sure. Okay. All right. Military. Let's see where the circle's going.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Okay. This is kind of like a kill box. It's not very fun. I could come up around to the right and like take one of these maybe.
Moving here.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Shit. Oh, they got out. Okay. They really did return Verdansk to its roots.
You've got gas moving in.
Oh, we made 10. We made 10. Oh. No! Climax, I'm gonna need you to stop fucking messaging in the chat. All right?
5 in a row by my count.
Oh, Gulag's still real. Dude, what a roller coaster. What a roller coaster. I thought the Gulag was shut down. There's only, like, I must be like the last person in here. I'm probably not gonna have, well, you know what? Fucking cross your fingers. And Climax, if I make it out of here, I'm gonna need you to keep it silent, buddy. I'm gonna need you to keep your fucking mouth shut. Okay? Climax! Climax! just keep screwing me over. I'm assuming they're not gonna make me fight anyone because there's only 8 people left. Like, I must have literally... Oh, prepare to fight. Here we go.
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
This sucks.
You gave it a solid try. Time to head back to base. Less than 10 minutes standing. Valiant effort. Keep your head up and return to base for debrief.
Okay, yeah, if you guys want to make an emote. There's your freeze frame. What a roller coaster. What a roller coaster the return to the Warzone has been. All right, I got a few more minutes. We're gonna drop in hot. We're gonna get as many kills as we can. It can be called Climax. Look, if I get an emote that people use on Giant Bomb streams, I mean, come on now, you know? We all dream of one day being an emote on a Giant Bomb stream. How's this one? You can do that if you want. Tom_climax, exactly. Capital G. I like that. Capital G is good. I don't even know what mine. We're not. You know what? We're not good. We don't know each other well enough for me to get into that. I don't think mine is very flattering. I'll put it that way.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Does anyone, what if someone does like blue steel from Zoolander? Like, I'm just imagining trying to have an orgasm while doing that. Ooh, I didn't know how much I needed this stream. Honestly, like, this has been a nice break from just pounding Switch 2 TikToks. Okay, we're landing hot. We're landing hot to finish it off. So what, like downtown? Is that that was always the hot spot.
Let's land here. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Oh, thank you, All-Walls. I appreciate it. We're going to be wrapping up here soon, but it's been great spending my afternoon with you guys. Hopefully see you again soon. Lots of games happening in and around everything. All right, come on, let's go get some kills. All right, so these guys, okay, up on, is there a, can I zip? Is there a zip? Well. I would love to be on Voicemail Dump Truck one day. We got to get a lot of nuts and bolts of power block down still. Everyone's just really having to, like, we definitely want to do things like that, like get more GameSpot people on Giant Bomb stuff and vice versa. But it's you know, everyone has their role on in the team, and we're really focused on just kind of nailing all that. But it'll happen one day. It'll happen one day.
They're ready to fight. Be ready. You're next.
Maybe Bacalar and I can do some fun IRL stuff, because I was actually mentioning to Sean, I don't live too far from him, and we've definitely gotten close after the last, like, year.
Earn redeployment or die trying.
Taking effective fire!
Target down. Stand
Easy.
by for
Come on now.
redeployment. You earned it.
God, I think hearing Mike Minotti do a Geordie accent might kill me audibly, like just like from like a kind of like it's the equivalent of the brown note, right, from my brain. It just turns my brain into diarrhea. I shit myself in my brain. I'm being tracked. Good.
An enemy squad marks you as a bounty.
I want to be marked. I want someone to come after me because I only have 5 minutes. So we gotta end in spectacular fashion here, folks.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Well, there we go. So that's
that one, but we'll get them back.
what some climactic anticlimactic end to this Warzone stream. What can I say? We've had some laughs, we've had some tears. That was not on you. No, you stayed out of it. Thank you very much, Climax. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in though. Great hanging out with you guys. Yeah, make sure to go to GameSpot.com to check out all of our Switch 2 coverage. Go to the GameSpot YouTube, Giant Bomb YouTube. Just put out a Kongtacular video over on the Giant Bomb YouTube Shorts. And yeah, if you want to follow me, I'm Great Britom anywhere on the internet. You can actually read it right there on the screen, except for Blue Sky, where I am tom.limitbreaknetwork.com. You can find me on there. Just search Tom Caswell. You'll find it. Big T Money is good. Yeah, good. All right. Well, yeah. I hope I see you on stream. Sean, am I good to throw it to black?
You sure are.
Oh, wow. In my head. In my head. All right, Sean. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And we will see you next time. Voicemail Dumb Truck is up next. Have a good day. Black.
You're watching The Power Block. You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
Just missed him.
life? Who? Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to do that off the dome.
Look, it's not my fault. I'm very stupid.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Here, I'm gonna finish split. We'll just come
start
right back
over.
in.
Yes.
Yeah, start
it over.
Yeah. Great
Just
idea.
do it again.
All right, here we go. Let me make sure the right one's on there. And 5, 4, 3.
You ever get deja vu? I get it all the time, especially at the top of this show. Folks, dumps are back on the menu. That's what they tell me. I'm excited because we're dumping just in time for the voicemail dump truck on this Thursday, April 3rd, 2025. I don't know if I'm allergic to everything in the world, but I've been sick for what I want to say 2 months now. It's getting progressively worse also. Like it started like kind of okay in February and now it's like maybe it is allergies. I don't know. Maybe I'm just allergic to living life. It doesn't matter. You want to know why? Even though I've been coughing for 2 months straight, I've got my finger hovering over the cough button and I hope you've got your finger hovering over your button right now. Always. That's right, folks. I'm excited to talk to Jeff Grubb today.
Howdy. Are you still eating a lot of cheese?
I've never stopped. I mean, that's the one constant.
When I was coughing for like months straight after, especially after a cold, I discovered I was doing things to my throat because of the dairy allergies because it was getting in there and it was getting stuck in my throat because of dairy allergies. Is it that?
If I'm allergic to dairy, hey, if I'm allergic to dairy,
I think we all are.
Listen, I get it. I don't believe in allergies anymore. That's my new stance. Nikki Grayson, what don't you believe in?
Kind of America.
Well, that's pretty low hanging fruit, I feel like at this point, but sure.
You just listen, you have to go to your doctor and you have to say, I want to see an allergist. And then you go to the allergist and they're going to take your blood and then you're going to say, I want you to run it for all of it. And then they're going to say, here's what you're allergic to. And then they're going to say, well, yeah, here are the trees that are in the place you live and you're allergic to those.
Yeah, I did that
They're going to
before.
say, get a nasal spray.
Which I take.
Probably an inhaler.
Yeah, do you do the Flonase? The Flonase.
I do Flonase and Zyrtec. Listen, I've done the scratch test. I mean, maybe I'm due for like a new one. It's been maybe,
changes.
It changes. You know what never changes? Mike Minotti's lovable presence. How are you, Mike Minotti?
I'm scared that I have to stop eating dairy sometime.
I mean, honestly, the biggest L is cheese, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Like losing cheese.
Like that's what it's all about, to be clear. Like I don't care about yogurt. I don't care about milk, but I love cheese. And I basically haven't been able to clear my throat properly for like 4 years now. And I guess the one thing I haven't done since then is stop eating cheese. And
This is so crazy. Y'all are telling on yourselves so big right now.
Yeah, why?
Why?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Your bodies are actively telling you, I think you should probably stop. And you're saying, well, now hold on.
I don't know if I
took
know.
years to put 2 and 2 together. Literally years.
The milk thing is just a crackpot theory at this point. Okay? Like we have not narrowed it down. Like, come on. I'm not at 43. I'm not going to spontaneously develop a hyper allergy to milk.
That does happen,
I mean,
though.
Pretty sure
All
that's
the milk
exactly how it works. Actually,
That's exactly how it works.
At 43,
Yes, because
I developed a lot of new allergies in my 20s, but
No,
like
listen.
seasonal, not food, seasonal.
It's all fucking connected. The planet's getting hotter. The seasons are different. The ways that the animals are interacting with the plants that they eat is different. The ways that the plants that they eat are growing is different. Therefore, the milk that the cows make is different now than it was in the past. Your body also changes.
I guess.
Also,
Listen,
like kids, kids
we
don't
can't
have
just
dairy allergies, and then we develop them as we get older. That is how that works.
Well, sure, but look. Next week we'll have an actual doctor on the show to really lay it out on the line.
I can't just say stuff.
I can't do this with you all right now.
Oh, you're gonna have everybody Huberman on?
I don't. Who the fuck is that?
It's the TikTok quack doctor on there that's always saying stuff.
Oh, we should get him on.
Yeah.
No.
You guys, doesn't everyone know Dr. Nick was a warning, not a friend? Okay, like that was the thing. Everyone. We got Sean, Turbo Sean, running the ones and twos. Thank you for being here and all your hard work, Sean.
For being a friend.
Yes, man. What a weird opening Golden Girls theme song that is. You know,
Yeah, but it
like
goes
you
so
ever
hard.
listen to those lyrics? Those lyrics are so
good.
freaking weird.
It's like thank you for being a friend down the road and back
and like
again.
the card attached.
Yes.
What? You're like
card.
talking. You're singing about a gift card. I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, it's like the card will say thank you for being a friend. Like
I get it.
The biggest gift would be for me. Is that what they say? Or
it's just a weird opening.
I'm a
theme
bigger
song.
fan of Hot in Cleveland personally.
We know.
Sure.
There we
That's
go.
kind of where
Hot in Cleveland.
I mean, they should have just called that menopause. I don't know why they just like skipped it.
I'm sorry to go back to the cheese thing. I like want to like okay, let's take a week and just not eat any cheese. And
Do
I'm
you
like
think you could do it?
dairy. I don't know how to eat meals without cheese. Maybe I have a couple up my sleeve. Maybe I have a few.
Eat a lot of
But just
Asian
not
food.
very many.
A couple up your sleeve makes it sound like reserve emergency meals when you don't have real food.
Yeah, and even those ones, they have butter in them, so it's like I just don't know what to do.
Just eat a lot of like Asian food.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But Asians are very dairy sensitive and they don't use a lot of cheese.
Right.
They do have some cheese, especially in South Asia. I know.
I discovered an Asian supermarket in my neighborhood, and it's changed my shit forever.
Which one is it?
It's called Can-Am.
We don't have those here. What do they got in there? Do they have prepped food like that you can walk in there and walk out with like a meal to feed 35 people?
It is quite large. It is like the size of a regular ass, Stop and Shop or whatever. It's legit.
I love an Asian grocery store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a seafood city near me. I like a grocery store where the people in there are like, oh, it's sick that you're in here.
Yes.
Nope.
For some
This
reason,
was the
I thought it was
opposite.
going to be
This was the opposite.
No, but it was good. That's how I knew I was in the right spot. Like I got in there and they're like, "Look at this motherfucker," and I'm like,
That's where the good shit is.
I'm like,
what's the
I'm a
difference here?
tourist. I was like, I'm a tourist.
Why would Nikki be welcoming us not?
Perhaps a matrix that we are looking at of differences.
Yeah. We got to go to the coworker section.
I like
this guy
Mike's
making
callbacks.
jokes.
He's good at those.
You like making jokes.
I got jokes.
You got jokes. They're not your jokes, but you got
He's
jokes.
calling back
but
to him.
I
That works
steal
for me.
them. I wait for a while to steal them. Then they're callbacks.
Yes.
It's not stealing jokes.
Right. There's a statute of limitations on jokes, and once that expires, that's when Mikey gets right in,
That's
baby.
when I get right in there.
We usually try to do a catch up for Bacalar.
Oh, right,
Nikki,
please.
Mike, do we have anything from this week? Lucy got married.
Have you heard about the Switch too, Jeff Bacalar?
Yeah, I'm not that impressed. I don't.
All right.
I mean, yeah, like, do I want to play Mario Kart and Donkey Kong? Of course, but like everything else, you can miss me with that.
There's
shit.
not much
so
else.
you don't like you hate that they made an inclusive wheelchair basketball game.
He was messaging that to
just
me.
fills you with rage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That doesn't make me mad. I just think that game looks like ass. I don't think it looks good.
He's
I
calling
think
it
that game-
Woke Rocket League, but unironically.
Whoa!
I heard all the jokes. It's like, whatever. I don't care about the jokes. Fine. You want to make that. I just think that game genuinely looks bad. I just don't think it looks good.
Probably said the same thing.
And like, and what situation are you? You're like, gather around, everyone, and grab your fucking snack tables. I don't understand what's happening.
You do
How
need
are you
like TV dinner
Yeah,
trays.
TV dinner trays from the 1980s. They're back just for the Switch 2. They're branded. They cost $70.
I just imagine like rubbing them on my belly. I guess I don't know. Like, what are we doing?
Outside of your legs.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Your Nintendo Ottoman.
rug burns on my
Lucy
legs.
got married to a stranger that she met on the street.
Yep.
Wait,
No one came
Lucy's-
to their wedding.
Lucy's
So sad.
married?
And also nobody came to the wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
they also
shit.
created a pizza texture out of whole cloth, killing only some trees in the game Enzoi using the AI creation tool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They were playing ends. Yes,
Yeah.
I think I
What
think
else?
I'm caught up there. Okay.
There was definitely other stuff, but I can't remember.
Nothing
Yeah,
really
it's
that
mostly
important.
Switch.
It was mostly Switch.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not. That's not. I don't have a wild take on the Switch reactions, right? Like, that's sort of what it is.
You think it
right?
should be higher price? You think that games need to be $100 already?
No, I actually thought it was going to be cheaper. I was watching the live stream and I was like, "Oh, you guys are wrong." And Grub, you nailed it right on the money. But I think I thought it was going to be like $350. I thought they were going to be like, "We'll just eat money. It doesn't matter. We need to get
Nintendo
this in
doesn't
people's
do that.
hands."
No one needs money
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so the embargo's up on Dan being in New York. They started posting stuff today, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is not really related to anything Nintendo revealed, so it doesn't matter anyhow. In our chat, Jan sent, Mike, how long was the video? Like 2 minutes of Dan being stuck in the strap of a Switch 2 Joy-Con. Like it got tangled with like the cord that was connecting the Joy-Con so no one would steal it. And he was stuck in there. They had two people, like two triple point representatives over there trying to get him detangled from the Joy-Con for 120 human seconds. And
I'm surprised they let him
and I
film
don't
it.
know if he was actually detangled at the end because I couldn't watch
He's
it anymore.
still there.
I'm surprised no one from Nintendo was like, no.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of thing.
Jan was in there with the video, making sure we got every second of it. It was
it's awesome.
It was impressive stuff. So that's what he's been
great.
doing.
Very cool. This week's been awesome. A lot of interesting stuff going on. I think, but everything except what Nintendo's doing.
Sure.
Like, outside of them, everything's been interesting.
Smo Joe was on last week, and he was great. He was upset that you didn't want to meet him.
That was last week.
Oh, I don't know now. If you say it, I don't know.
Wait, maybe that was 2 weeks ago.
Is that
No.
2
That
weeks
had to
ago?
have been. Please God, that.
No,
had to
that
have
was
been
last
2
week.
weeks ago.
It was last week.
No.
Yeah.
I guess it was Wednesday. That's why it feels longer because we did it a
Maybe.
day early.
You guys, time flies when there's not enough people.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
You know? Samoa Joe's gonna be fine. He was the best man at my wedding. We see each other all the time.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Man, he'd be a great best man.
That's why I asked, Mike.
He's so good at that.
I saw it. I saw the signs.
Saw the potential.
They opened up your eyes. You saw the signs.
Exactly. Ace of Base. Another sick callback.
I got loads of them.
From 35 years ago.
Are they still alive? Ace.
I don't know.
I'm gonna say it was the 90s, and I was alive then, so I'm gonna say they are still alive because I'm still alive.
Ace of Base was secretly a ska band. No one like really listened to
Yeah, the rest of their albums,
music.
everyone always says that. The rest of their music is actually pretty good. I've never listened
They
to
just
it.
got like a reggae kind of thing going on that no one really.
From People Magazine.
Yeah.
We'll start stretching it, bud. From
I gotta
People
get it in that
Magazine.
ice bath.
Remember Ace of Base from the 90s hit The Sign?
I do.
They're getting all the dirt out in a fascinating new documentary. Exclusive.
What?
This was published on December 5th, 2024.
Dirt? Who cares
they're-
about
they're-
Ace of
they're
Base?
back. They're in their mid 50s.
That's it?
Yeah. They were kids when
man.
they started.
So-
Because it was
Oh.
Sweden. And
They
you
saw
could
the sign,
let
but
a
we have to
child
see the
do that.
decline.
Oh shit! And then Miley Cyrus said, "But what about the climb?" You know.
There's one other thing I want to talk about before we get to matters at hand. Speaking of like Asian delicacies and delights, I for my birthday was sent a
Wait, did it already happen?
What?
Yeah.
Your
Oh
birthday.
yeah. Grub and I share like a week of birthdays.
Yeah, it was our birthday
22 and
week.
24.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is it
Yeah.
with white men and not wanting people to know when their birthday is?
Okay, not guilty of white man. Have you met Mike Minaj?
December 8, everybody, get ready. This is 39. The year after that is the 40, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, this is the
It's gonna be
pregame
a
for 40,
whole
so it's gonna be
thing.
huge.
It's gonna be a great time.
No, like Mickey, it was 2 Mondays ago. It was just nothing special.
Yeah,
like,
I
you
just
know,
I
whatever.
don't want a big to do.
I just think
43, like-
I just think it's nice to have a day that is like very explicitly
Yes,
about
but
you.
here's the thing:
Well,
if you
even-
remember my birthday, I have to remember yours, and that's like,
Yeah,
oh no,
and
if I
and that's so fair.
that's like,
so
oh,
and I
it
just
gives me,
know-
I'm
That's
upset my
just a lot
tummy
of
thinking
pressure.
about it.
And I just know Grubs because it's 2 days before.
yeah,
You know,
we
we're so
both were like,
close.
hey, happy
so
birthday,
we
happy
have
birthday.
that.
Yeah,
yeah, that
we
makes
have
That
that.
was the best thing about when that brief period of time where everybody was on Facebook.
Yes.
I did just know when everybody's birthday
Yeah.
was and can look it up
Yeah,
immediately.
but those were
I did
empty
like that.
gestures. Those were.
I'll take it's fine.
Oh, you're
I'm not saying
just like
necessarily
nom, nom,
because
nom, nom, nom.
I'm not saying because you leave a message on the wall, but like I would know. I could text them. I could call them. Or I just didn't know when a person's birthday was. I can go check real quick.
Yeah, they don't.
Right there.
My nieces and nephews don't have their birthdays on the Insta, so I don't know when all their birthdays are, and that's a problem.
It's rough.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I assume the Larry David position about birthdays, where it's like it's too much work. I don't want to pick up the phone. So people are gonna call me and they're just like, "Happy birthday," and I'm just like, I don't want to talk to you. I talk to you once a year. I talk to you once a year, and all you do is say happy birthday, and I have to like pretend to be interested in a conversation with you for upwards of 10 minutes, and that sucks. You know, that's work. To your point, Nikki, it should be all about the person whose day of birth it is, right? It shouldn't be about the person calling, and that's the slippery slope.
That's why you gotta be really loud and obnoxious until they really make it about you, and you make it very clear that you don't care about their wants or needs. They're gonna all drive to the place you told them to and buy you presents and drinks.
Happy birthday, Morbid, if it is your birthday. Listen, I think look, I agree. You should celebrate the weekend before. We did a lot of Jeff stuff. That was great. That was fun. Everyone's like, what do we do? Just like play ice hockey, then go play pinball, and then go to like a heavy metal bar? Is that like what we have to? And I was like, yeah, let's do all that. And there you go. So I bring up the birthday because I got a gift from my sister-in-law. Everyone knows I love like Japanese snacks, Asian snacks. I just love like all that shit. Give me all the Pocky, give me all the good stuff, right? She sent me like a snack box, and it felt like one of those subscription service things, right?
Yeah.
She sent it to me a while ago, and I got it like in January, and she's like, "Oh, enjoy this box." I'm like, "Hey, thanks so much." It's coming every 3 weeks. She did not pay for this, and I like them a lot, and I feel like she's either getting charged and no one's talking about it, and I keep looking at Stace and I'm like, should I fucking tell your sister that these are keep coming because I'm not paying for them? She must be paying for them. There's been like 7 boxes already. She didn't buy me 7 boxes. So right? So like I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, right?
I think that's what it is.
You would think so, Mike. You would think so, but
I think there's a number. Like I think once you get double digits of the boxes, then you say something.
I just pour them on my bed. I just pour them on my bed and just roll around and all
It's like
of
the
them.
American Beauty poster. But it's Pocky.
It's all like sesame cookies and all these things, and I'm like, oh, look at all this stuff.
It's the Austin Walker food bed in the hotel.
I think you wait. I think you wait for the 10 because what if it's an annual subscription and they got you the whole annual thing? And
I thought that was the case, Jeff. Your mind was going to the right place. It's definitely not what they paid. I looked it up.
Okay, well,
they didn't pay that.
Fair enough. Listen, tell them about, just don't mention anything, but just be like, hey, I used Truebill and it like told me all my subscriptions and it was really helpful, and let them discover on their own. And then they'll be so grateful.
Just plant a seed?
Yeah. That's worse. No, you
Yeah.
can't. I think you got to do it soon because I think the worst part about it hitting 10 is that it's like this motherfucker waited until they got it 10 times. And then they said, well, this is sufficient.
No, I honestly, I have the kind of relationship I have with my sister-in-law. I like that awkward conversation. I'm excited to have that.
For
like,
sure,
I want to have that conversation where I'm just like, well, she's going to be like, I don't understand, Jeff. You just like let it keep going? Like, what would you do? I was like, yeah, I just really like this stuff. And I wasn't paying for it. And I had my suspicions. I had my suspicions that you were in fact getting charged for this. I did, Sam, but you know what? Like, fuck it. I really, you're a good sister-in-law. That's why we're that's why I married your sister.
You gotta tell her, and when you don't get shit for Christmas or next birthday,
I never get anything for Christmas from anyone, so that's gonna be fine. That's fine.
I will fix that.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, folks. If you could not tell, this is absolutely a call-in show. 707 Exit Flu's the phone number. Grub, you have to do something. I don't know what that is.
I'm getting there. It broke anyhow. Don't worry about it.
Man, that's a bummer. You were so amped about it just working.
Yeah, I was amped about it working. Oh, wait, did I leave my camera on before? Is that what it is? Let me try that. Maybe the 2 Jeff Grubbs will just fix it. Let me see here. There we go. You guys can continue with the show while I get this going. It's not that big
for sure.
Deal.
Like I said, 707 Exit Flu. I'm excited. I haven't done one of these in a minute. There was a wrestler person. I mean, my best man who was on last week. That was sick. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. Are we ready? Or can we start?
Yeah, we're ready because Sean's gonna be playing the voicemails, so we're good.
Okay, we're gonna start with the one, the only, today's default comedian, Mike Minotti.
I want to start with Skyliner.
Hi, Dumper. This is Andrew. I'm currently on the Disney Skyliner, and I was curious what you guys' favorite transportation was. Favorite mode of transportation was. I personally think that the train is best, but curious what you guys thought.
Okay, yes.
I know what yours is, Mike. Say it.
Well, monorail comes to mind for sure. I do like trains. I'm like secondhand scarred from Jeff almost dying on a train recently, though.
Oh yeah,
it was going 2 miles an hour. We were fine.
Yeah, but it was like still weird and scary.
Yeah, but you do. Yeah, you get to say that I was in a train accident for the rest of your
I was on a
life.
train that literally derailed. My train car was off the tracks. Yes,
that's it. Yeah, not where it belongs.
Nope.
And Mike, that didn't happen to you. It happened to Jeff.
I have empathy, Bacalar.
Stop making that happen to you. It happened.
Did they offer you, Grub, any sort of recompense?
They immediately gave me my money back, which was a kind of a lot because I have a family of 4, and so anything you do is $7,000. So that was nice. Sure. But they didn't they weren't like, here's for your pain and suffering or anything. No.
But do you think you can, when it comes back around this holiday season, say, remember last year when it came off?
Yeah,
I would like to do it and have it not come off.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll mention. I won't be surprised if they email all of us and here's a discounted rate because they want to get all those people back because we're not sure if we're going to do it again.
No, for sure.
Like,
the train fell off.
Yeah, I know, right? Why am I being such a stick in the mud about this?
Happened?
Yeah. Also, I do want to say when I was naming these voicemails, I knew Mike would pick this one first. I know it was obvious bait, but yes, I knew.
Yeah, well, the Skyliner's pretty good. People don't know it's those kind of sky bucket gondolas thing, and in Disney World, they have some going between some of the parks and hotels. It's pretty fun. They aren't air conditioned though, so sometimes you can get a little toasty in there.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone recommend you take one of those.
It depends. It can be a good move if you're in very specific places and need
to get to another bad move if you're me.
Place.
I definitely made a poor choice. You told me not to do it to get to a place I had to be in an hour and a half. I'm like, Mike, I'm going to do it anyhow. And we were running very late and ended up having to cut through Ocean View, one of the parks or one of the resorts, to actually get to our Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique appointment at 2 p.m. But we did get to see Fix-It Felix on one of the Skyliners, and that's the only place you could see him, so it was worth it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
You got that. Have any of you all done a horse-drawn carriage?
Yeah.
I think I have.
Yeah.
In the city once.
I also did it in Disney World. I think that's where I experienced most
of life
transportation and aren't just car.
No, for sure. I have. I like a trolley. I appreciate a trolley.
Sure.
I think they're silly. Because they are very slow. Very frequently, you can just walk faster than the trolley.
Yeah, that's silly.
But in some town, like in San Francisco, they still have functioning trolleys that are obviously going to be faster than walking, especially if they're going up the hills off Market.
They have lines.
Yes. So I like a trolley, but the train fucking rules. Just cool. Conceptually, the idea of it's just a big car that can only go in a couple directions, but you can put so many guys on it.
Right. The point is to just be able to jump on and off,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing.
Monorails are trains, except they're on one rail. I learned that way too recently, by the way, that's what they're called, monorails.
Yeah, bud, that's what.
Thanks for deconstructing that nomenclature there, bud.
Yeah, I figured
etymology Minotti right here. Watch out.
Monorails are fun. You kind of, even though we've had them forever, I'm still always a little bit well, this is some future stuff right here. I'm on the monorail.
I do think my answer would be trains, but not American trains. Certainly trains everywhere else that seem to be
non-American buses, right? Buses are actually really good in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everywhere else I see trains doing their thing in Europe, in Asian territory, I'm always like, oh, wow, is this what a train can be in 2025 instead of some rickety ass gas diesel powered bullshit that like breaks down half the time? They got shit that's going like 400 miles an hour, getting you like 1,000 miles in no time. Like, what are we doing?
Commuter rail other places goes 100 miles an hour. Like, it's just like we just don't have the
infrastructure.
We just don't have the infrastructure for it. I got on a train in Sydney, Australia, when I was there in 2023, and they have seats. You know how you get on Bacalar specifically, I guess is the one that I'm talking to in this situation. You know when you get on the Long Island Railroad and they have the 3x3, but they're facing each other?
Sure.
Then sometimes you get on the train and you're like, well, I don't want to look at a fucking stranger.
Yeah.
Because, and like have our knees touch? Like, absolutely not. So what the very intelligent people everywhere on the planet except here have done is there is a handle on the seat back, and you can move the direction of the location of the seat backs.
Yeah, NJ Transit actually has that.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
never mind. Fuck me. Turn
No,
it off.
look, I don't believe me. In no way do I want to give New Jersey Transit its flowers. The most unreliable public transit system in the history of humanity. But yes, it does have that.
How do you all feel about riding on like actual animals?
I ride on your mom all the time. Boom. Anyway, I gotta fix the cameras, so I'll be right back.
Actual animals. Horses are cool, but I'm like scared of them, man. They're too big. They're too like I think they're just capable of too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't like horses.
I love horses. I just respect them too much to ride them.
People are always like, "Oh, this horse is like so beautiful," and like petting it. And
that's white women.
Thing. I'm like, this thing is fucking ugly.
No, horses aren't ugly, dude. What do you mean?
They're pretty ugly.
As far as animals go, come on. What are you
They're pretty
saying?
rough. They're pretty. It's those giant yellow teeth. That's what I can't get.
Well, okay. Don't look at its teeth. What are you doing?
I can't help it. You flap them.
This big majestic ass animal, and you're up in its mouth. What the fuck, man?
They gotta look at the eyes, and like the teeth are pretty close to the eyes.
All right, maybe the horses you're riding
in the chat. If you're on chat.
Whoa! What the hell? Who did that?
It's just a question that people are asking.
Who did that one?
Here's my thing. I'm allergic to horses, but my thing about a horse is that it feels bad because the act of taming a horse colloquially is called breaking the horse.
Yeah, you gotta break the spirit. You see.
I like don't fundamentally. I understand how vital and valuable the horse is for like humanity, and we would not be here without the horse.
You just wouldn't last a half an hour as a colonialist. You just wouldn't last 30
No,
minutes.
I wouldn't.
We love.
simply
You
wouldn't.
said, "I'm gonna break an animal spirit." My European nature was just like, "Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. That sounds good to me."
No, listen. Westward expansion is for everyone but me. I guess is what I'm learning.
Yeah, but that's just like a product of its time. Like if you were around then, you'd be like, I'm gonna get on this fucking horse. I'm gonna break this horse. You know, you did it in Red Dead. You could do it in real life, right?
I didn't do shit in Red Dead. I played good video
I did
games.
that. That was fun.
Oh man. All right. Well, thank you, caller. Hopefully we answered your transportation question. Keep those transportation questions coming in, folks. That's what we want to talk about.
Oh wait, sorry. Can I change my answer?
Yes,
Los
sure.
Angeles has this thing called Metro Micro, which is basically it's just Uber, except sometimes it takes other stops and other people can get in it. So you get in a city-owned Toyota Sienna.
Really?
And then you're with like a handful of strangers, and then it's like Uber, and they drop you off at bus and train stations only. And then you walk from there to your next spot. But you call it like you call it Uber in the app. It rules. So I
Leave
changed
it
my
to
answer
LA
Metro Micro.
to put more cars on the road somehow.
More cars on the road. The only way to fix it. More lanes, more cars.
More guns, more lanes. There you go.
That's
More
it.
gas.
That's it.
The LA way. Jeff Grubb, it is your turn.
And I fixed the camera, so I'm ready. Gotta pick these. Let's just do it. Let's go with all the hair.
Yeah, I was just listening to the Samoa Joe episode, and I just need to tell you guys that a Brazilian wax is all the hair.
Yeah.
That's the testes and the penis. Or anything else you got down there. It takes all the hair and the beehole.
Yeah.
If you get bikini wax, that just is the hair that shows around the bikini. But a Brazilian, that gets rid of all the hair.
Yeah,
So
you
yes,
said that. We
the
get it.
wax
Yes.
does go on the testicles.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Okay, like
That's I
what,
was
you
mistaken.
window shopping?
I was
Oh.
mistaken last week when Nikki asked what did I think a Brazilian was. I thought it was just a bikini wax, but I was mistaken. So that's-
What'd you think a bikini wax was?
I wasn't thinking about a bikini wax at all. I just thought they were
All
the
right.
same thing. Yep.
Okay.
The beehole.
Cool. All right.
It's wax
beehole.
on the beehole's not even the issue for me. It's the testicles for me. And I'm a person who is actively removing hair from my testicles frequently. But a waxing is a step too far
It's a
for
lot.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should all try it once.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we'll like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't knock it before you try it.
SGF, after we get the switches at the Best Buy,
Brazilian
then we'll roll on
buddies.
over to the European Wax Center.
Wait,
and we'll all
we're
just
getting
roll in.
switches at the Best Buy at SGF? What?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah, because
coming
it
out
comes
when we're
up
there.
the day before SGF starts.
Oh. Are there going to be sold out, I feel like?
No. We'll talk about it. We're all pre-ordering from the Culver City Best Buy, and we're all going to be outside. We're going to stream for eight hours uninterrupted outside of the Best Buy.
The power block at night.
What?
Exactly.
It can go at night?
Live from Los Angeles. Yes, the
Yeah,
streets of
says
LA.
who? We control it. It's
Whoa.
our block. Ow.
Well, all right. Oh my God, that
was a hell of a
that
clip.
bottle. Is that your teeth? The bottle just
Oh,
attacked
dude.
Nikki. It just attacked Nikki. You heard it
you
here,
need those.
folks.
Ow.
If
Now
audio
I'm
listeners,
gonna-
Nikki tried to take a drink from a cup and it hit the mic and jammed their tooth real bad.
Yeah. That was
And now
unpleasant.
Nikki must choose the next voicemail.
Give me I knew it for 300.
Hey, Dumpers, Nate in Orlando. I just realized that it's been about 20 years since I've used a urinal. Long story short, when I was at a birthday party when I was 15 at a concert, I decided I wasn't going to use a urinal there, only stalls. And I am now about to hit 35. So about 20 years. What stupid streaks do you have that you can't break? Love you. Bye.
I knew it.
You can't break this one, brother.
I knew it. I knew that there were dudes out there like this. I just had the hunch, like when I'm in the line for the
20
urinal in the
years?
stalls at like a baseball game, and there's like two open urinals, and yet all the guys in front of me are like, I'm waiting for the stall. I'm like, I'm looking at you, and I know what a man looks like when he has to poop. You don't have to poop. You're going to go in there and pee, aren't you? And I knew it. That's what they're doing. This one is always weirded me out a little bit. What? Use a urinal.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand people being bladder shy.
Yeah, I get
especially
that.
if there's not dividers. Like, put up dividers. What is this? This isn't 1896. What are we doing? Put up a divider.
Or
but
do
for
a trough.
20
Go
20
extreme
years.
the other direction. Make it a trough, and
Well-
we're all just there and peeing in the same bucket.
That's worse.
Yeah,
That's worse.
Yeah,
A trough-
ground level,
a trough is a
shoe
bridge
level
too
trough.
far.
Yeah.
No, a trough feels like a communal thing that I never want to share
There's a
with
bunch of
other
ice
people.
in there for some reason. I think to absorb the pee better.
Yes,
Yes,
because it doesn't
there's-
smell if there's
Yeah,
ice.
yeah. Wow.
I don't know if I ever felt more powerful than when I peed in the trough at Wrigley Field. I don't know. There's something about the trough. I like it.
That's cool. We're gonna fly you back there for your 40th just to piss.
I would love that. It's great in Wrigleyville. It's a good time.
Cool. Cool. Noted.
I'm sure I've told this story before, but the stadium that the final was in for the World Cup it was a U-shaped trough urinal.
Oh.
Except there was a step to get to the urinal.
A podium?
What? What?
Yes. So the expectation, I guess, was that you were to step on the step to reach the urinal.
Get
Except
outta here.
obviously no one did that. Everyone stood far away on the other side of the
So it's a
step.
piss step.
So the
And
step
aim
was just all it was piss all over the floor.
Think about
More
how-
than normal. It was unbelievable.
A trough is so insane. Like think about a trough like Peninsula.
Yeah.
Right? Like where everyone is surrounding it. That is what you're describing, Nick,
Yeah.
with a
Wait,
U-shaped trough.
I
What
walked
the
in there-
actual hell?
I walked in there and was like, "This is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my whole life."
Was
gross?
Like was the U shape like in the center of the room, and everyone was standing on the outside of the U, or were you standing inside of the U and
You're
peeing out?
standing inside of the U, looking at walls.
So we're not all just
You're not looking
We're
at
not having a
each other.
conclave.
It is not a panopticon. It is not a
Okay.
panopticon of piss.
Yeah.
That is not what we have created.
Pisopticon,
I'm imagining a two-sided urinal now. So while you're there,
his and hers,
Yes.
directly into somebody's
There's nothing. Yeah.
eyes.
Oh, that's it. That's where you have to stare. Where are you going to stare?
Wouldn't phase me.
Yeah, you could go.
I
Could
don't
you
need your
go?
dividers.
It's the
I don't
only
know.
way I
I
can
don't
pee
care.
now. Actually, it's eye to
Do you
eye.
think you could do it? Do you think you
Yeah,
could do it?
I don't have much bladder shyness or shyness in general, I guess. No, I'll just go in there.
I really sympathize with the caller because 20 years is really something that, I hope there's a way to look. If you're okay with it, it's just 2 decades of finding a way to do that. That's got to be
I'm
rough.
surprised because there has to be some instances where it's just there's available urinals and the stalls are taken and you're still just
that's
waiting.
the thing that really gets me. It is and I honestly kind of respect it. I am trying to be in the bathroom for the least amount of time possible.
Sure.
I'm trying to get in there and get the fuck out because
Of course.
I'm usually trying to go somewhere else or doing something else.
Right.
So I use the urinal. I already feel bad in the men's bathroom. So I'm just going to the urinal because it's faster.
Of course.
It's a speed thing.
Sure.
The commitment to being like, I'm going to stand in line about this is kind of
Yeah.
more power to you, brother.
Yeah.
The only urinals I am sort of fond of are the ones that stretch all the way down to the floor. You ever seen one of those?
A tall guy. Yeah.
A tall, one of those tall boys.
Yeah.
Ooh, those are cool. That's what I want in my house. I would like that in my house.
I
Yeah.
almost had a urinal in my bathroom.
That's what I was going to say. I guess it's because it's like you can just piss in the toilet. However,
You can.
I feel like more homes should have urinals.
Agreed.
You say that, but like, imagine if you went to somebody's home and you went
And there was a
and there
urinal?
was a
Okay,
urinal in
That'd
there.
be cool.
I'd
If
be
Dan
like,
Reichert's
oh.
basement had a urinal, I would not be surprised. Like I'd be like,
Of course. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, "Whoa, when did you get this urinal, Bob? This is sick. This is dope.
But
I'm
then
gonna
you
piss
have
here
to-
all the time."
How much do those little urinal cakes cost? Do you?
That's the problem. That's the deal breaker. What do you mean?
Yeah, kind of.
I think like
I don't know,
The idea that
11
I have
cents?
urinal cakes in my house is kind of crazy. Like,
But I think urinal cakes are only like if you're gonna let people run a train on the thing. Like if you're gonna be like using it like a normal
Christ.
toilet and you're gonna be cleaning it like you do a normal toilet, it's
You know
fine.
what I love? You know what I love? This person never asked us to comment on their urinal situation. The question was, what do we have streaks for?
When I picked this voice, I was just like, I wonder where this one's gonna go, and here we are.
You guys, there's so many different kinds of those things when you really search it on Amazon.
Urinal
you could
cakes?
get the pucks 12 for $25.
Oh wow,
that's pretty good.
Anybody remember in Frasier,
No.
there's a big revelation where Niles Crane's ex-wife, her family fortune, she was like a very like uppity, stuck-up person, but the family fortune secretly came from urinal cakes. So it was a big point of shame, and he used it as leverage
Why
to
is
get
it
the
shame?
divorce he wanted.
That's so crazy. Like,
Well, that's a Frasier thing.
Yeah,
Come
they're
on.
from Seattle.
nah, I guess they don't piss up there. I forgot about that.
I haven't eaten an apple in 35 years. There you go. There's my streak.
Wow.
That's a good streak.
I
mean,
guess
it's not.
so,
It needs to be
dude.
so clear.
Yeah.
It's not a good streak.
Mike, I
It's
love
a
you.
long streak.
Mike, I love you to death. That is not something to be proud of, man. I don't know, dude.
Listen, or is Mike actually ahead of the curve? Because in a couple of weeks, we're not going to have any fruit.
That's right.
Yeah, you're not gonna have any fruit anyway.
Actually,
Yeah,
Mike,
so-
you're going
Mike,
to be
we might
coming to
only
me.
have apples. Like they
You're gonna be like,
make
"Where do
apples
we
in
get
Michigan.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mike's
no,
gonna be
that'd
like,
terrible.
I saw the signs. That's why I did it. You know?
When it opened up my eyes, I saw the sun.
The worst streak ever. Oh
Yeah,
my
his Ace
god.
of Base reference streak is getting out of hand.
God. All right, my turn. I'm gonna choose 2006 bumper sticker.
Hey, Dumpers, this is Jake from Boston. I just drove by a car with a bumper sticker that said, just a Hogwarts girl living in a muggle world. and I wanted to ask you, what's the most 2006 ass bumper sticker that you've seen in recent memory? Thanks, I love you.
That's really funny. I love the idea of putting a fake slur on my car.
Yeah, Muggle. Honestly, Mudblood actually would be a little bit concerning. Like, if someone had Mudblood on there, but like, what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah.
Yeah, like Muggle's like calling somebody a yank, right? It's like, oh, okay, there's like, it's definitely not coming from a good place, but not a fool slur, I suppose.
Right, yeah, it's one of them semi-slurs.
Mudblood, though, that's bad.
How is anyone supposed to know what happened in 2006?
Let's see, what was 2006 all about? That was the year the PS3 and the Wii came out?
Okay, I've Googled Wikipedia 2006. Okay, on January 1st, it says here, Russia temporarily cuts shipment of natural gas to Ukraine. Is that relevant to today or?
No, not at all.
That's good. No, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, we're all making a lot of like George W. Bush jokes still, right? About how he says some words poorly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, my other ride is MySpace.
I get the spirit of that, but it kind of just doesn't make sense. I get the spirit of it, though.
No. I was going to also do my other ride. My other ride is the Mars rover, because everyone loved the Mars rovers in the mid-2000s.
Maybe a Trogdor bumper sticker from Homestar Runner.
Sure, okay.
Something like, housing market seems fine right now.
Everything's great.
Everything's in tip-top shape there.
When did The Dark Knight come out? Why So Serious would be one of them for sure.
Oh,
right?
sure, that'd be right around there, yeah.
Yeah.
Heath Ledger will live forever. There you go.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I love YouTube.com and it won't get bought by Google for $1.65 billion.
Yeah.
I did see that one.
I love Windows Vista.
Sure.
Ooh, I like that.
Honestly, I'm going to put that on my car right now.
I forget. Is Vista one of the ones that we did like or didn't?
Vista was a bad one.
Vista was
Vista was bad.
Aggressively bad one.
It wasn't as bad as 8.
2000? I like 2000. Oh, 99?
XP's the best one.
XP is the best one.
XP was the one people liked.
Yes.
What about Millennium Edition?
What? Oh, right.
Oh,
ME.
Windows ME. I loved Windows ME.
That was Windows NT. That powered the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like Windows Embedded Edition, which runs like your trains and stuff.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good
cut
version of Windows. 7 was the best one, though. I think if you had to rank all of the Windows,
7
is where they peaked.
95 is the best.
I think 7 better.
Great. 98.
7, 95, XP.
I'm down with that.
And then the rest of them have been bad.
Yep.
So.
There you have it, folks.
Good chat about operating systems.
Awesome. Yeah. Anyway, bumper stickers. Huh?
I use Linux.
All right. Get the fuck out of here. Ubuntu, get the fuck. Fuck
you. And Ubuntu, go to hell. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Thanks, caller. Next one was chosen by chat, and chat chose what the hell? Chingy.mp3.
I don't like
the Digital Prophet.
I have no idea what your boy Chingy is up to, but Make That Ass Talk from Need for Speed Underground 2 still fucking slaps. What is your favorite, I don't know, early 2000s rap delight, I guess? What do you like? Have a good week.
Thank you, caller.
Yeah.
I saw Too Short 2 weeks ago live.
Oh yeah, how was that?
In person. He was bad. He was not very good.
I didn't understand much of this voicemail.
Well,
yeah, obviously.
Last week, Jan, I think, brought up Chingy, and so we brought. But the question was, Mike, what is your favorite early 2000s rap musical track? Which is a song that people rap on.
Oh, there's just too many to name, Jeff.
I know. That's why I didn't want to put you on the spot.
We don't want to be here forever.
Don't pick your favorite. Yeah.
Lose yourself. Lose yourself.
Okay.
Oh, you picked...
Look, I had an answer at least. Come on.
I'm gonna. Oh, mine's. I almost picked a song from 1995.
I think it's like that could still count if you were jamming to it in early 2000s. Still, I don't know.
I wasn't.
Mine's "If You Must" by Del the Funky Homo Sapien, because I was playing a lot of Tony Hawk games, and it was in there around that time.
Sure.
I'm Sprung by T-Pain. Great track.
What's Sprung?
I'm
yeah.
You're like impossible to talk to sometimes.
Oh no, that's like something you'd say to Dan. Oh no, I just got a Dan line.
Careful. I know it came out in '99, but I listened to 2001 so religiously for forever, for like an entire year.
Yeah, it was
really
super popular. Yep.
Yeah, 100%. The first song I was gonna say was that "I Wish I Was a Little Bit Taller" song by Skilo. Remember that? Oh my lord! Oh my goodness gracious!
Can I say a song from like Gorillaz, Demon Days?
No.
Does that count?
No.
Please don't.
They're
Sorry,
rapping
you've been
those.
disqualified.
Nah,
Sorry.
That's not the same. 21 Pilots is not rap, Mike.
Can I do a Linkin Park song? That's rap.
No, that's kind of, but not as much as Gorillaz, but not as much as real rap, I guess. Hamilton was much later than this period of time, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry. So you can't say any of those. And
It
that's
was,
the only
but it
reason.
is so. The thing that's so fucking crazy about this whole conversation is that like Hamilton is so explicitly inspired by this era of rap. They are holding hands as they
like
walk through the streets.
Several lines just straight up like referenced. Yeah.
Yeah, but
They are the best
Thomas
of friends.
Jefferson in it though.
Only 19,
No,
but
for
mine
sure.
is
It doesn't have race swapped Thomas Jefferson in it. No.
What's the point, Mickey? What's the point?
All right, very good. You know what?
No.
I've totally forgot about Jurassic 5.
Oh, sure.
Me too.
Yeah. Do you remember Jurassic 5?
No.
I mean, I don't remember is strong. I was -2 years old when the band started, I think. But yes, I am aware of. Sorry.
Cold shivers. Cold shivers.
Did they do Everybody Walk the Dinosaur? Is that them?
Oh,
No,
cold
next fucking
shivers.
question.
Cold shivers. Jesus Christ.
Song.
Let's go back to Minotti, I guess.
That other one about me. We know Minotti.
What's up, Dump Truck? It's Brad in Arizona. Fish and seafood are almost always frozen.
Oh, this guy's mad.
No
at
matter
us.
where you are. And if it's sushi, it has to be frozen to kill the bacteria because you're not going to cook it. So whether you're in California or Kansas, it's frozen. That said, what other kinds of cuisine do you only eat when you're in a certain part of the world? And yes, Minotti, we know you only eat that thing when you're at that place in Disney World. Love you.
Thank you, caller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the seafood thing, like, yeah, I guess, you know, there is something about the vibes of being closer to the ocean that just is making me think about seafood more. Because I don't know, I just associate eating seafood as some kind of like, oh, I'm not going to like do this at home. That's crazy. But as a decadent vacation thing, then I'll get a crab.
There's something to be said for how long a thing is frozen too. Like,
Yeah, sure.
you know.
We're probably going to get a correction. It's like, it's usually frozen around the same amount of time because traveling's easy these days. But I'm with you. It seems like it would be fresher. Mussels.
I mean,
like things like that.
but stuff gets cooked. The stuff that gets cooked, that's killing the bacteria too. And the freshness.
No,
you know, like,
for sure. You're
we're
right.
just talking sushi, or we're just talking sushi.
We were talking sushi, a lot when we were having this conversation with Samoa Joe, the wrestler.
Because give me lobster like when I'm in Maine all day. Oh my
Those
god,
lobster rolls and
Mike, I thought about. You know what? The Google photo because it's been a year. Google Photos was like, "Yo, you remember this lobster roll?"
It is so beautiful to me that every single time y'all hang out, y'all talk about how good this meal was.
It was really good.
That lobster roll changed my year.
Becca, we should make reservations right now. We should be like, hey, we're coming back.
Take a
Get the
picture
lobster
for me.
roll
I won't
ready
be
for us.
there, but I want to.
Oh, that's right. You're not.
Yep.
I know.
Oh my,
I'm gonna be
that lobster
Disney.
roll.
We'll take pictures and we'll send it to him.
You'll have two. You'll have two. You'll have
the
one
best-
for you and one for Mike.
The best part was like they're like, yeah, that's like a house specialty, no big deal. Everyone adores it. You don't want that, and you're like, what? Wait, what?
No,
that
my favorite part was like Dan was like struggling between that or some baby mouth food item like chicken tenders.
No, yeah, he was that between
literally
chicken
got
fingers.
chicken
Yeah.
tenders, yes.
He,
Yeah.
he was like,
He's like, he's like scratching his beard. He's like, well, I don't know.
He does that.
Yeah.
He does do that.
You know?
Oh my
He's like,
God.
not sure. Do I have something? Do I have something decadent and amazing, or just like fucking like wedding children food? What do I do? What? Oh, tough choice.
Yeah. I think I pretty much only ever eat dessert on vacation too anymore. I'm like not much of a sweets guy anyways. So like the idea of eating dessert is just it's too much for a variety of reasons. But like when I'm on vacation, I'm like, yeah, sure. Because usually we're at some fun restaurant, we want to just hang out there longer anyways, and they have fun looking specialties. And if it's Disney World, they're gonna put a Mickey Mouse cookie or something on top of it too, so that helps. But yeah, dessert is just a vacation thing.
Oh man, you really are that guy, dude. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm like exactly a month away, I think, from going on my trip, and I cannot wait.
I'm excited for you, buddy. Hell
Is there a move you guys do when you just go into a restaurant? Like I always ask if they have espresso when I'm done with the meal. I'm like, can I just get a double espresso? Just kind of cap off
Sure.
this meal to help
I like that.
start the digestion process or whatever. It's a good move.
I like to do maybe a scotch or a bourbon after meal instead of that. If it's like a nice meal, that'll be my nightcap.
Mm-hmm.
What goes in a burrito depends on where I am.
Ooh.
Which is to say that like I'm not putting unless I'm in San Diego, fries are not entering the burger or entering the burrito. But if I'm in San Diego, there do need to be French fries in the burrito.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, totally. Yeah.
Ground beef is mostly an East Coast burrito consumption situation.
Okay.
But if I'm anywhere west of the Mississippi, then it is going to be some sort of shredded meat or protein that's going in there.
Makes sense.
So that's my location based bias.
Yep. Burritos are very regional. They have a lot of rules depending where you're at. Absolutely. Green chili in Colorado, by the way. That's what they did there. A lot of green chili.
Yes.
I've definitely talked about this somewhere at some point on some podcast, but and I know this is copied now everywhere, but growing up in New Jersey, if you would go to the Rutgers campus, they had this sort of parking lot grease trucks, they called them, and they would serve this thing called a Fat Cat. And it was basically like a hero, like a sub bread, but on that sub was like chicken fingers, mozzarella sticks, marinara sauce, French fries, the whole thing on like one sandwich. And you wouldn't want that more than once a year. I mean that was just
sure.
But that's what I did there for sure. I'll do that now.
Yeah, see?
I'm gonna do that now. Yeah, Fat Night was the one I had a lot. Okay. God, always hungry. 4 p.m. Eastern. It never fails. I'm starving now on a Thursday. Grub, you're up.
Yeah, let's go with deeply worried about the youth.
Hey guys, I need some help. I'm driving my 19-year-old daughter home for the weekend from college, and I've introduced her to the voicemail dump truck, which clearly was like a massive mistake on my part. But these words just came out of her mouth. She said, "This podcast makes me think." They get philosophical, and it makes me think about things. And I'm just now deeply worried about everything somehow. More
Me too.
than I was before. I don't know if this is a compliment to you guys or a real problem that I got to deal with on my end, but either way, I thought you should know.
Gosh, I sure hope they weren't listening to any of the last like 3 or 4 episodes we were talking about very specific things about me.
It's educational.
Yeah,
She's got to learn.
College girls love hearing about Mike Minotti's body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their thing.
How old did the caller say?
19.
19, Jesus.
That's how old college kids are. Yeah.
No, I don't know if this is just like someone just from that generation just being like, all podcasts are this, or I don't know what.
Maybe just like a long form content where people talk for an hour compared to a TikTok video.
Yeah.
This seems really deep.
Like
Yeah,
that's
it's crazy
what
happens
kills
when you
me.
have a conversation.
but that's what kills me. Like whenever I scroll through one of those, feed sites, right? It was like TikTok or Instagram Reels. Like you come across like stuff that is like LARPing as a podcast,
Yeah,
right?
fake
It's just some
podcast.
fucking asshole with a SM7B being like, you know what they don't tell you? They don't tell you shouldn't flush the toilet, like whatever it is, right? So. And then like I guess someone watches that for more than like 4 seconds and they're like, this is a smart person and I need to listen to what they're saying because they have a fucking microphone in front of them. I worry about that. Is that maybe that where the energy from this call is coming?
I think we deserve
Gosh,
it.
that's dark.
I think we deserve it.
I just think that we deserve it. I just think
compared
that
to that, we're fucking MIT. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah. Don't put that on my resume.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't
Get
know.
it.
I'm not worried about the kids. I think they're going to be all right. I think they're looking at all the things that we messed up, and I think they're going to do better than us.
Yeah.
We're not setting them up for success or anything.
No,
but yeah.
No, their chances of dying from a preventable disease is up like 80% or something like that. They'll never
Just
own any
since
property
yesterday.
or home,
Yeah.
never be able to build any kind of wealth whatsoever.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're fine. And they also don't know how anything works.
Well, yeah, not even like the
Anything
things that we understood, like how to save a file in a specific place on Windows.
That's what's messed up. Like we had to learn. I guess our generation was just in this weird spot where a lot of us were surprisingly computer literate.
Right, I learned how
and
DOS
now they're like
worked,
used.
yeah.
Right, and now they're used to these iOS or mobile interfaces that are very simplified.
For sure. Like, I mean, I guess our parent, like my dad was like, you don't know how a car engine works, you're fucked.
Sure.
I'm like, whoa, that's definitely not going to be the case. In fact, the car I have right now doesn't even have a fucking engine. Dad, Dad, what do you think about that, Dad?
Exactly. This is therapy. Save it.
Oh,
Wait,
philosophical.
did you
back off?
Wait,
I don't need to change any fucking oil, Dad. There's no oil in the car.
Wait, are you still driving the other one, or did you get your car back?
Oh, so no, I didn't. That's a long overdue update. I got rid of the Tesla like a very long time ago, and I got a Mach E. I was driving a Mustang. Mach E for a while.
Cool.
Yeah, which straight up I would recommend to anyone entering the EV market. Only criticism is like the software is kind of shit, but that's always going to get better.
Yeah, my brother
yeah.
makes that. So yeah.
Your brother makes
works on the software
for the Mach E.
for Ford and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right, so he's aware it's not a perfect experience.
Trust me, he knows.
Like, I'm not telling him something he doesn't know.
Yeah, no,
right?
he's in there. He knows.
He knows. Yeah, Ford makes good SUVs. So yeah, that's a good car.
It's a great car. Like I was blown away by it. They pipe in the Mustang engine sound into the car, which is really cool too. Where you're sort of like you really floored and it's like, and you're like, okay, I'm in a little electric golf cart, but it sure is moving fast and making the good noise that I want. So that's fun. Recommend that.
Wait,
car.
so you don't have your car back?
We don't want to talk about that.
Okay,
Nikki.
I just saw what you did, which was you were like, wow, look at all these cool shiny things over here. How fucking nice.
You haven't been on the show in like a month. Like, what's going on?
It's been 2.
Okay.
Oh Jesus!
I'm gonna get this car back. I'm gonna sell it.
Really?
Because this is. Oh yeah, I'm very upset.
Never been a better time.
Yeah.
Well,
you're gonna trade it for a Tesla.
Well, obviously.
I said never been a better time.
I mean, never been a better time to buy a Tesla. Let me tell you, you'll get a great deal on one of those.
What are you
Obviously,
gonna
I'm not
do?
get a different car.
Yeah, no, but what?
There's real good leases out there right now for.
Okay, well,
He's
good
being
luck
kind
to
of
you in the
cagey,
coming.
Nikki, right? He's being cagey.
Yeah, like really
It's
cagey.
a Cybertruck. It's a Cybertruck.
Yeah.
You guys think I'm
You
gonna
bought
drive
this
a
because he
Cybertruck?
went crazy. Okay.
Guys, I'm not gonna buy a Cybertruck.
You're gonna lease
What
one,
are you
yeah.
talking
What
about?
are you thinking
You're gonna
about?
lease one.
Welcome to Car Talk.
Yeah, you're not
What are
allowed to
you
lie on
thinking
this
about?
show. Come on.
No. I've been looking at Polestars.
Okay.
That's a cool
He
thing they have.
wants a
They
Chinese
just came out
car.
with. They just came out with a 3, which is like their SUV, and I think I test drove it. It's cool. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm gonna lease it, Chad. I'm not buying a car. The lease deals on even very expensive cars are phenomenal,
Especially if
right now.
they're already
It is-
in this country. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, these things are here. I'm not talking about a car that needs to enter customs. I'm talking about cars that are already on lots. There are really good lease deals right now, and awesome, what's it called, like cash incentives.
It's just that global warming means that we're not going to get that ice land bridge back, so I could just go buy a Chinese electric car and just drive it over that ice bridge.
And just drive it back.
Yeah,
I would get a BYD. I would get a BYD in a heartbeat.
Of course, those are they're just.
Well, you're
straight up
getting
better.
a Geely, brother.
Do you know why the BYDs are better? Because Tesla just gave them all the tech so they could build a plant in China, and they're like, "Thank you very much." And now those
idiots.
Teslas are not selling anymore in China. And he's like, "Uh-oh,
whoops.
smart guy."
350 miles. Are you gonna get it in Jupiter? Oh, just kidding.
No,
it's not, as
not
pink as it
Jupiter.
looks in the tile.
It's like that's like a salmon color. There's like a thunder color. I think is really nice.
Oh,
I think
that's
it's called that.
that's a good one. Wow.
Thunder's
Road trip
not
to
a color.
Bacalar's.
Thunder's a sound.
Okay, Mike.
What's the color of thunder?
Disney is a
yellow.
corporation,
Mike,
not a
it's
place you can go to.
Apparently,
I would have not have guessed
seatbelts are yellow.
it was green
I
when
would
I
not
went to Sherwin-Williams the other day, and my wife's like, "Get me thunderous blue." It wasn't blue; it was green.
Okay.
And it took me like an hour and a half to find it.
I just want to say the fact that I was like, people are like, "Oh, the color thunder," and I was like, "I have an issue with that." And it was turned around like, "Come on, Mike. We all know the color
We all had a
of thunder."
box of Crayola
around here.
crayons with fucking weird names. All right,
I'm
we
not
got over
this
this.
one this
Mike,
time. Thunder's
Mike.
not a color.
There are certain things where we're just gonna yield to making fun of you about. Like that's just like you make a lucid point, but it's enough of a jump ball that
Yeah,
we
we're
can
like, "All right,
actually
we got
just
him,
like,
boys."
well, Ty goes to making fun of you is what we're gonna do there.
That's fair,
Okay,
that's fair.
you know, it's a close call at first base. Mike's getting made fun of.
Why isn't it called lightning if it's yellow? If it's like that.
No,
That's Jupiter. Jupiter is like the salmon
You
color.
fucking idiot.
Jupiter's not a
Do you know what's
color
crazy?
either.
So you know what's crazy? So there's so when you test drive one of these things,
Yeah.
it's like it was a store in a mall. So there's like a really fancy mall, like one of the last malls in the general area of where I live. And you like go into the mall, and it's a store in the mall. It was the Polestar store.
Yeah.
So the whole experience was a bit much, but
Did you have to then drive out of the parking lot for the mall?
that's what
Is that where
Dylan
the cars
thought.
live?
Dib's like, we're just gonna drive this through the fountain. Like, what's gonna happen right now? And I'm like, my man, I don't know.
From the Mountain
Like
Babes.
anything's possible right now. It was pretty good.
You know how all the money's disappearing in the country? Well, kind of. I think a lot of it is in showroom floors of car dealerships.
Sure.
They are
Just in the
making
back in a
those-
safe.
No, like it's just on. I went in one of these. I felt like parentheses negative. I was in Disneyland. It was just so
negative.
decorated and
Yeah, it's
extravagant, and I was like, what?
Listen,
Why
whenever
is
I
this
walk,
so nice.
when you walk into a car dealership, here's what should happen. You should immediately be attacked by 4 men who kind of are scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you should say, I don't want to.
Desperate.
Yes. And then you have to say, I don't want to talk to you. And then they all have to sulk away and kind of keep looking at you. Then you have to go inside. And then you have to sit down, and it smells like old coffee in there because there's coffee in every single one of the trash cans from the people who are buying the Toyotas that you are trying to get a car battery for. You then walk up to the man at the desk and you say, I would like a Toyota Prius C battery. And then he says, I don't know if we have those. And then you say, I talked to you on the phone 10 minutes ago. You told me you had it. And then he says, oh, that's so right. And then he gives you the car battery that he has behind the desk that he moved himself earlier. And then you give him $300 and you say,
amazing.
well, that's nice, I guess. And then you walk home.
God, car salesmen are just a weird breed. Because, like, normal
It's the
salesmen, like a
worst.
high stakes salesman, you imagine, oh, they're all coked up or whatever. A car salesman coked up is weird. It's like, what drugs are they on? I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Poppers.
Yeah.
Right?
It is.
Poppers.
Look, I'm sure there's car salespeople out there who they're perfectly normal and fine people. The energy inside a car dealership is so off. Like,
Not right.
it is. You
No,
instantly
it's
walk
a
in and you're
liminal
just like,
space negative.
oh boy, what's gonna happen to me
I
in
don't
here? You
belong
know,
here.
I don't want to be in here at all.
It would be like if you walked into like Walmart or Costco or whatever, and you knew that there were people getting fucked on the price of corn
Yeah.
that they were buying. Like there was a chance that the person buying corn was going to pay thousands of dollars more for the corn than you were about to pay for the corn.
And everyone knows it. Everyone's looking at each other in there. You look at each other, they're like,
I don't know.
Like, can you help me? Oh no, I can't help myself.
No, I cannot help you.
Yeah.
It's true. The guy who sold me the Ionic was like a really nice guy. I was like, oh, you're one of the good ones. You know, you're you know, but he knew. He's like, the energy in here is fucked, isn't it? You know, it's like
yes.
It's like, yeah. And then they all are like wondering, scratching their heads. They're like, why are consumers just trying to delete us? Why is this bad?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Someone in chat said the Rivians are so much money.
They're so expensive.
I put
Cool,
money
though.
down on an R2 though, but that's not going to be out for a while.
Just get a Tesla and
I want an
rebadge it as a
R3
Rivian.
so bad. That's really smart. Bro.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's really
Cybertruck?
smart.
No,
that's really
Cybertruck.
smart.
You just put the word
Who are
Rivian
you
on the back.
I love the people who just put like Toyota on the back of their Rivian. Who are you fooling?
With the Cybertruck and nobody.
Who are you fooling?
That is happening here in LA is that because they're fucking everywhere. Because like literally, like parents, like kids I went to high schools with, parents were buying the Model 3s because there was a window there, like pre-pandemic, and like in the beginning of the pandemic where you could like get a Model 3 for $8.
Yeah.
If you asked them the right way, because they were still eligible for the tax credit, blah 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 blah. So basically, there was a huge contingent of people who are about my age and a little older who have Model 3s, which are horrible motor vehicles.
I hated
They're
it.
like
I
Dodge
hated
Neons.
it.
fucking terrible.
They're gonna dissolve.
You get in there, and it sounds like welcome to Car Talk for Shoot. You get
It's
in
the
there,
loudest car. It's
and
so loud.
It's the loudest car in the fucking world. My Prius C from 2016, which costs like half as much money, is quieter on the road.
Which is crazy
It's
because this
insane.
thing's not producing noise from an engine.
No, it's just like it's like they have microphones outside pumping the noise directly
Piping
into
it in,
where you're
yeah.
sitting.
So
Terrible.
anyway, Car Saga continues, but you know, I'm not gonna be selling it at like this crazy loss. I just wanted to.
You're just getting out of it. No, for sure.
This situation was terrible. And,
No, yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I gotta be done
The car,
with it.
the
That-
car should work when you drive it.
Yeah, what
I
if
think that's like a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, imagine cars work. Like, what about that? All right, I think it is Nikki's turn.
It's me turn. Gimme a black bars, please.
Hey, me again. Hi, long time no call. Okay. I am in a parking lot, and there is a vehicle that has a wrap on it that is covered in anime girls in extremely suggestive poses to the point where they have to have black bars on parts of it, if that tells you anything.
That's sick.
And I'm wondering, is that the most embarrassing thing you can put on your car?
No.
Other than it being a Cybertruck?
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
Thing you can wrap around your car.
In here they don't even attempt. I don't know where caller is. In Los Angeles, they don't even care about the black bars. They'll just put the whole nip and hole.
See the nipple?
That's free speech.
They'll show you the nip and the hole,
Yeah.
and they'll say, listen.
Hole
the
is
best is
speech.
here. Hole is speech. Many people are saying this. There are a handful of cars in my neighborhood that have they're lenticular.
Yeah.
So when you walk by, they're on one end they're clothed, and as you walk by them, they are naked.
It's like one of those pins you turn upside down. The naked lady takes off her clothes. Yeah.
I'm actually in favor of it just because I want Dan to see one of these.
Yeah.
And get uncomfortable and like seriously contemplate calling the police or something.
See, I'll take weird,
Hentai.
anime rap cars over, these freaks who think they live in Mad Max and like lift their F-150s 14 feet and put, like triple, wheel add-ons and modify. Like they got to do a pole vault just to get into the goddamn driver's seat. Like those people should be tarred
that
and
is the most
feathered.
embarrassing. If you could have 40 kids sitting crisscross applesauce directly in front of your like back to back in front of your truck, and you couldn't see it until there's the 41st kid, you're a psychopath. Like you're actually out of your mind.
That energy, those people know that like 99.9% of people who see that abhor the person.
Yeah, and
right? Like they know, but they know that. That's like part of the thing, right?
Cool.
Yeah. It is wild. Like when you pull up your waifu car and you like, if there's ever a situation where like it's at the car, like what's the car wash experience like? Like, is it just like, I'm just imagining this like very slow rolling, like anime nude thing. Like
funny the bars came off from the car
Whose is this one? Whose is this one? That's me. All those, that's me.
Do you think they are specific anime characters? Or do you think they're generics wrapping around the car there?
I bet it's generic.
I don't know.
The lenticular ones I've seen are just generics, but also I guess I'm not familiar enough with the oeuvre.
I don't know
the
every
medium
anime
to
girl.
know.
We don't all know each other.
It takes a lot of guts to do that.
Guts or something. Maybe it takes a lack of something.
Yeah.
To do that instead of a lot of something.
It's like a face tattoo. Like you're sending a message,
Yeah.
All right. DJ T Money in chat said a Disney rap would be more embarrassing. Like, okay, look, obviously you know what I think. You all tell me. Do you think a Disney rap would be more embarrassing than this?
Is there a Disney rap I can think of that would be more embarrassing?
Is there?
Wait.
Well, it's child determinate.
Yeah, that's true too. Nikki, you and I probably don't know this. I'm sure Jeff does.
Hi.
How many? It could be the answer to this could be 0. How many Disney things do you think Mike has on his car?
I have a pretty good idea.
I'm gonna say I feel like he's keeping it a little classy, and like only has maybe like.
Do you know what kind of car he has?
No,
he
what
has
do
a Jeep
you have?
Wrangler.
Ooh, that opens up so many things because the spare tire cover could be like a whole I wish I was there and not in my life. Like.
I'm gonna get that for your birthday, Mike.
That's just the Epcot ball. That's just the Epcot ball, right?
Oh, that's good.
Well,
I'm thinking he has one sticker and a hanger.
Like a
that are
hangy?
paraphernalia. Yeah.
All right,
I think otherwise it's pretty clean. So I'm saying 2.
So you're keeping it classy. Yeah, I would say, but I'll go with 3. What is it, Mike?
But Jeff, you say you think you know?
I have a pretty good idea. It's not a lot. I'm trying to think. You do have a hanger, right? Is that Jimmy Buffett related, or am I making that up?
That's the wild card. We forgot about.
Yeah, you forgot about
Buffett.
Yeah, you can never forget about Buffett. I don't think you might have like one bumper sticker, maybe.
I have one bumper sticker. It's more of like a Beck windshield sticker, and it says,
it's on the glass.
Other ride. It says my other ride is a monorail. And it has
That's really good.
and it can only bring me to very specific places.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That's kind of it. I have some like old air fresheners that look like the posters for Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. I guess that's Disney adjacent, but that's the only other thing that would maybe count.
So we were right. He keeps it classy.
Yeah, I keep it classy.
Do you? Okay, wait, hold on, Grub. Do you have stickers on your car? On the van?
On the minivan, I have not. I do keep meaning to put the "My Kids Are Not Poggers" bumper sticker on there with Paul Reichert.
Fuck.
You got that in the chamber.
Yeah, it's ready to go at any moment.
That's really good.
I do on the Prius when we were driving that before I got my van. I did put the family like. Here's mama, here's dad, here's like the kids, here's the cat. And I know it's cheesy, but I do that because
nice.
I was told like by a fireman, like when we go to ambulances, we actually check that, or when we go to car crashes, we check that stuff. And that way we know if there's like maybe kids to look for. I'm like, oh, all right, I'm going to do that then.
That's smart.
Yeah,
Helpful.
That's the kind of the thinking behind that.
Put that shit on my car.
People in chat ask me about the rubber duck situation. Because that is a thing.
Oh, what are you Wrangler people?
You have one rubber duck, right?
That?
I don't think you have a ton.
I have a bunch, but like I never buy them. People put them in my door handle. It's like you're supposed to.
It's the upside down pineapple.
It's the upside down pineapple.
People.
Yeah. I want my Jeep to fuck your Jeep.
Can your Jeep mount my Jeep? Yeah. Let's make little Jeeps. Yeah.
I do like the ducks. I used to have enough just to put in my little console. Now I have to figure out what everyone else does because like they must get some tape or something because theirs are sitting very nicely on the dash. When I just try to do that, they go all over the place. So I got to get some Jeep duck supplies, but none of them are Disney themed. None of them are specific IP themed. It's all like vague ideas. Like here's a hot dog as a duck, things like that. They're classy.
Got it. Yeah, you're keeping it classy all the way around. I get it.
Devil's stickers on your Polestar 3, Bacalar?
No, the most we ever had was like I had like a license plate bracket on the Forester back in the day, but nothing identifiable anymore. What's that? You look like you're gonna say something, Nikki.
I was gonna ask if y'all have in your states require front plates.
Yeah,
mine don't.
Mine don't.
You know what? Yeah. So me and Mike are in Ohio. They don't require front plates. What should I put on my front plate, decorative wise? Like, what's like a good idea?
Yeah, you could do anything.
I could do anything.
Your Twitch channel.
I could put Twitch. I could put a Detroit Red Wings plate up there. I don't want to right in this moment for no particular reason, but
that's fair. But do that. That's okay. Hey, good times and bad. Come on, you know how it goes.
Yeah, good times and bad. Yep.
You know, well, you think I'm happy limping into the playoffs? Come on.
No, but we're never happy. So yeah.
We got to get going. We'll do one more here, and then we'll say goodbye. I guess I'll choose it because I'm up in the queue. Or Nikki, you went, right? Or did you go twice again?
No, you get it.
All right. Okay. Let's do. I know which one I'm not doing. Let's do bird for a bird.
Hey, Dumpers. I was just curious. What's the funniest animal to flip off? Thank you.
I flip off cats all the time. I swear to God.
I love my cat.
Right to their
I flip him off every day. Every day, I give that guy the middle finger.
See, it is really funny with dogs because a lot of them will do like the head tilt and like the ears
or like lick your finger. Yeah.
Shiba, I think it's Shiba Inu.
They react.
Shiba Inu is the best one to flip off because they just look like so innocent and kind of chubby and dopey. And you've just like, you motherfucker. They're just like, what does that mean? It's great.
I would love to flip off a kangaroo. Fuck them.
Sure. But they would fuck you up.
Assholes.
They would fuck you up.
Those things are scary. Those things are so fucking scary.
Because they come at you with all this attitude. And like they're gonna beat you up. Like,
they
leave me alone.
They are so jacked. Like in a way that is literally inhuman because they are
scary.
People. But because they have the basic same shape as a human, it makes it more into. Even dead, I was kind of freaked out by one.
Well, there aren't.
I was like, this is scary.
There aren't very many other animals with arms like that, right? That just have arms.
That could just a boxer's arms, yes.
Right. So just seeing an animal with arms and like with like biceps, it's kind of it's weird.
Yeah.
I don't like it, and that's why I want to flip him off and tell him to go to hell.
Jeez.
I feel like if you flipped off a monkey like enough times, like one will give it right back to you.
Oh yeah, maybe
they'll learn that behavior.
You're like, I could fucking do that too, bitch. We're not that far apart.
How many fingers do monkeys have? They have 5. 5. Do they have a middle finger? Okay.
Yeah.
I think
they've got all of them.
I think they do.
Most things are like, most things get 5. 5 is one of those weird nature numbers.
You know, like a lot of like domestic dogs and cats will be like, I've got like 16. It's wild down here. We don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. Flipping off a fish in a fish tank.
Yeah.
I just don't know anything.
Is good because it's not gonna. It can't have done anything to you.
And it also can't even like comprehend your existence, let alone.
It doesn't comprehend its own existence, right? So like,
for sure.
Somehow that makes it funnier to me though. Like
that, it does. Well, that's actually that's kind of cosmically fucked up, Grub.
I know, but I think that's what we're going for here.
I'm at the point now where like trying to like do some of this stuff, like more psychological exploration with Dylan and being like, you know, Marty's old as fuck, right? And he's talking, he's like, oh, what's Marty thinking right now? I'm like, Marty doesn't really think about he just cares about like food and like safety and sort of protecting us and doesn't really have like a lot of shit going on. And all that is like a very interesting thing for like a child to see. Process.
It is. They just personify everything. They just assume that their experiences have to be like a human experience, and it's like one of the things. Like, no, we don't really know what it's like to be a dog. We know it's not like being a human, but it's a different thing.
Totally.
She just asked how to turn on Goat Simulator 2 players. They got it running, but they just don't know how to make it 2-player. So
I get it. A goat.
Yeah.
No.
I would flip off a goat as well.
Yeah, for sure.
They would
for
eat
sure,
it,
for sure.
but yeah.
That's
people,
okay.
Yeah, because they're terrifying.
I could.
I'd be too
Goats are
scared
cool.
too.
Goats are cool. Their eyeballs are fucked up.
Are we, Mike? If you get the sense you want to flip off
Delicious
animals
also.
that you like make you angry or you don't like, and I thought the whole idea of this is like, what's the funniest one because they're kind of stupid.
Oh no, I think it'd be gratifying. Yeah, you're right. Actually,
Like it sounds like
I
you have
took this in
straight
a
beef
darker
with some of these
place.
animals. Like
I took it to a dark place immediately. I'm not much of like a flip off for fun kind of guy, I
Sure.
guess, right?
Okay.
I'm not much of a flip off in anger kind of guy. I'm not much of a flipper offer.
Yeah, that's how I describe you to friends. Listen, folks, we got to get out of here.
Can we? Sorry, I just want to hear J and O and how wet that
Oh,
bread.
Nikki.
Yep.
They're just good and they're short.
Let's just hit them.
Okay.
Sean, in any order.
What's up, Dumpos? I need y'all to settle an argument for me. If you're jacking off, are you J-O-ing or are you J-ing O?
Okay, no discussion.
Thank you for your response. Love you, bye.
Thank you, caller. No discussion. We're just gonna go around.
Fair.
You're
Jano.
You're J-O. Yeah.
Jano. Yeah.
Agreed.
I don't understand the question.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. What's the next one?
Give me bread.
When you guys eat a sandwich, how wet do you want it to be?
What?
Before you say not at all, think about this. Lunch meat, it's a little wet. You put some mayo or mustard on the bread, that makes it a little wet too. So think about it. Goodbye.
In the biz, we do call this, like when we're putting mayonnaise on there, getting the bread wet. Like that is like when I
Yeah,
worked
I
at
get
Jimmy
it.
John's. It's like you want to make sure the bread is wet, so you go all the way to the edge with the mayonnaise. So as a
Oil
sandwich
vinegar.
artist, this is the parlance of our people.
Sure.
Nikki, I hated these last two voicemails.
I know. Leaving us all deeply uncomfortable.
All right,
We
well,
brought the whole quality of the show down.
Wait, dude, I don't know. Wait, actually, let me check and see if I got Tam to explain what American dogging meant. I needed him to. Let me just check Slack real quick. I asked him for input there. Let me see if he gave it real quick.
I think the sandwich should be pretty wet. If the bread is hard, I want it to be more wet. I don't like hard bread very much.
I'm Italian. We love hard bread.
Yeah, I like hard
Yeah,
bread.
it's bad for my. I guess my mouth is soft.
Maybe
It
you're
just
allergic.
hurts.
You want
It
you
hurt
want
that
wet,
I'm
wet.
allergic.
Wet's better.
It's okay.
Thanks.
Okay, let's just finish with dig dagging to like reset the vibes.
All right, I do have to go. So yeah.
Yes, reset the vibes. Dig dagging.
What's with how this guy on Overgrub 3D Blake Club Adventure? Wow, that was something. What's with how he like walks? Like he's beep bop and scatting around. Like, do you guys ever do like a little boop shoop scuffle doop around your place? You know, little bibbity zip zopping your little feet, your little booty shaking while you're dig dagging around there. You ever do that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
caller.
Of course.
Fuck caller.
Of course I do.
What are you?
Yeah,
I'm a human. I'm a
Yeah.
human, aren't I?
I have family I want to annoy. Of course I do this. Yes. Here I come around the corner. I'm dig dagging, and everyone hates it.
Everyone's moving out of my way.
The kids are crying. Yeah.
That's it. That's living, baby. Hey, thanks so much, you guys. Thank you to Jeff Grubb, Nikki Grayson, Mike Minotti, and Turbo Sean on the ones and twos. We'll be back next week. A brand new show, 707 Exit Flu. That's the number. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to all the chats. Thanks to all the callers. Hope you feel better. We'll see you soon. Bye bye.